he has to hold the weapon. Oh man, I didn't realize it was on mute. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I like the new thing too. The new picture. Sorry. Here I am talking and it was on mute. I didn't even realize that. Whew. Oh, man. Oh. Well, I'm glad you had a good day. That's awesome. I did not, but it's all good. You have a good night. What's up? Sorry, I'm watching something that's probably copyrighted, so I got muted on my phone. How are you? What's up? Sorry, I'm watching something that's probably copyright strike, so I can't play it while I'm on. How are you?
It's the Christians versus the New Agers in this video. Watch this.
So I feel like if it's not the devil, I don't know how the devil was brought into the conversation. I know he was present.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Because, hilarious. Because I don't work for the devil. I work for God. We get God-given gifts.
Will this conversation be doomed from the start? See, most Christians don't realize they're walking into a minefield when they engage New Agers. And I'm going to break down exactly how this falls apart in this conversation, and then I'll explain just what to do to have way better conversations on this topic. Are you ready? Let's get right into it. Welcome back to Wise Disciple. My name is Nate, and I'm helping you become the effective Christian that Jesus wants you to be. Before I jumped into this ministry full-time, I was a pastor and a debate teacher, and it's from that unique experience that I make these kinds of videos. Make sure to like, sub, and share this one around, but only if it helps you.
And the first prompt is, prayer and manifestation are two sides of the same coin.
Okay, if, coming in cold to this video, I'm immediately guessing that this conversation will be incredibly unproductive. Not because I have anything against these ladies at all. I don't know what's going to happen here fully, but I've seen this kind of thing too many times. This is what happens just about every single time discussions like this take place. People do not talk to each other. They talk past each other in today's culture. And the only way to rectify this problem of communication is to follow some principles of debate. And I'll explain more.
Yeah, I don't want to watch a bunch of people talk over each other, so I have to find something else.
If this video found you, it's over. But not the way your fears want you to think. It's not over as in give up. It's over as in you made it through. See, the cycle of self-sabotage is over. The season of being too afraid to try again is over. The pain that you had doubting your worth every night in silence is over. This is the death of who you thought you had to be to actually be loved. And this is the resurrection of the real you. Because the truth is God never created you to stay small. He never put all the purpose in your chest just for you to survive off breadcrumbs and broken love. No. And you know what? You know what hurts most? It's not just what they did to you. It's what you stop believing in yourself because of what they did. But that ends now because giving up doesn't always mean quitting life. Sometimes it means giving up your way so God can show you his. It means giving up trying to force people to see your value. It means giving up running in circles with people who don't even clap for you unless it benefits them. That's what it means. It means giving up that fake smile, giving up being liked by everybody, giving up the version of you that was built on fear, trauma, and overthinking. That's what it means. And it's time to give up that so the real you can finally breathe. Because I promise you this, God did not waste his breath on you for you to live long. He didn't craft your voice so it can stay silent, afraid of judgment. He didn't give you your story just so you can hide behind shame. That's not why he gave you. There's somebody who needs to hear what you survived. You keep wondering when life is going to get better, but maybe it starts when you stop hiding, when you stop shrinking yourself so other people can feel comfortable around your light. It's over. The era of begging for love, begging to be chosen, begging to be seen, it's over. Now it's time to beg God for boldness, for healing, for restoration, because real love is still real. And no, I'm not talking about romance first. I'm talking about God's love. The kind that finds you even in your dark room while you're crying, too ashamed to pray. That's what I'm talking about. The kind of love that knows exactly what they did to you and still says, come home anyway. And yeah, the world's love failed you, but don't blame love. Don't let heartbreak turn you cold because love still heals. Love still sees. Love still rebuilds broken people. See, you are still capable of love. You are still worthy of giving it. That's what I had to.
Amazing, amazing message this person is putting out.
So she just keeps telling me get her stuff around the house over and over, and I'm just going, you better listen to your mom.
But it starts with God, and it starts with giving up trying to control your healing, your timeline, your success, and your revenge. Because I know it, you're tired. Not just physically, soul tired. Tired of pretending that you're fine. Tired of wondering why you're here. Tired of waking up and feeling like life is on repeat. That's why God is saying now, give it up, let me in.
What's up?
Oh yeah, you have a beautiful day. Yeah, we're getting all the angles. Information. What happened? Yeah, just getting everyone's like playing with their faces so you can match them online. You have a good day, sir. There you go.
I still get the voice out.
It doesn't bother me, but if she liked it, she would have it over here. Making it up. Get out of his face, please. Get out of my face. Quit creating a disturbance. Yeah, it's true. You're literally filmed over 100 times a day leaving your house. You don't need to turn into a Karen over one little camera. Did you play basketball? No, I can't do that. Back away from him. Back away from him.
Get the hell away.
Back away from him.
Get away from him.
Back away from him. Back away from him.
What are you doing?
I don't owe you an answer.
I don't owe you a picture either.
Absolutely you do. You're in public.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Idiot.
Go away, man. He walks up to the smallest guy and intimidates him, and then he claims that he was confronted at time. That's why we film everything. It's wonderful. Don't respect our rights in this beautiful country. Move to North Korea. I'll buy you the ticket. Hey, get your hands off of him right now. You don't get to lay hands on anybody.
What are you recording?
I do not owe you an answer for that. Get out of his face. Do not lay hands on another person for no reason. Commit assault. I could have you arrested just for touching him. Do not touch him or I will lay you out. You don't get to walk up and assault somebody. Back the f up away from him.
God, what is wrong with you? You said permission to video everybody who's in and out. You're fully grown, man. Act like you're right. Exactly, I do. You guys are weird.
Why don't you leave them alone, man? They're exercising.
You guys.
We're exercising our rights in a peaceful manner.
No, that's not the question. The question.
I don't owe you an answer, just like you don't owe me an answer. Leave it alone. Yeah, you don't have to tell me. There's men and women that have died on these rights and for these rights. How about you just our First Amendment, the Bill of Rights? Just respect it and go about your day. You don't have to be a Karen about it.
Why did you keep your hands to yourself?
You just got it.
I didn't touch anybody.
You almost did.
I saw it. Almost.
Me, I have two sons. These are expressing their First Amendment rights. Let's talk about minors here.
We actually share it with everybody, but we don't share it with people that run up on minors. You ran up on a little kid, bro.
If you were just listening, you would have heard me explain at least 3 times.
Hey, stay away. He's a minor. You need to back up. You like touching boys because you went up and touched him. Get out of here. Get out of here. You like touching boys because you ran up. You were right up in his face. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm not telling you anything. Why would you go up to the little boy?
He's not a little boy.
He is.
And don't have him doing a man's work.
Get out of here.
I don't have to get out of here. I don't have to get out of here any more than you have to get out of here. Why are you so weird, dude?
But at least you got out of his face.
Yeah, look at yourself. Why are you so weird? Look at yourself. Why are you acting like this? Why are you acting like this? You're not acting like this. You're behaving in a very strange manner. You're disrupting everybody's people.
We haven't disrupted anybody.
You're not the one who caused it. You are the one who caused it. I mean, you didn't come up and tell me why you're here. No. Why not? No. You're afraid. No. You are. No. You're a chicken. No. Yeah. Heart is a chicken. No.
Says the one who walked up to the little guy.
You're no. You're a no. You're gonna grow up to be a worthless punk. No. And he already has.
Aw. I'm retired at half your age. Enjoy it. Enjoy soaking on that one.
No. Get your camera out of my face.
He doesn't have to. Quit approaching him. Why don't you just leave? Why don't you just leave? Quit running up on kids.
Handle yourself.
What's up, guys? So we're going on. And it came to pass after 7 days that the water of the flood were up on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day where all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of the heavens were open, and the rain was upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. And the same day, that's a little weird, but I've never seen them words together as one word, but okay. And the same day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and I'm going to just spell it out, Japheth, the son of Noah, and Noah's wives and their 3 wives of his sons with them into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, all the cattle after their kind, and every creepy thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark. 2 of 2 of all flesh were within is the breath of life. And they went in, and they that went in, male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased and bared up the ark. So I'm assuming that's like rise up the ark, like it rose up, but the word they used was bear. And it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went up the face of the waters. So there you go. The Noah story is very interesting. It's actually pretty amazing because it changed everything. Noah's Ark is one of the stories in the Bible that changes everything. It's an amazing story.
What happened? Ma'am, you're filmed every time you leave the house. You are filmed here. There's cameras everywhere. You guys roll up in a car that records everybody and then you act like an idiot. Your car recorded me without my consent, you idiot. Your car's dumb. How do you roll up filming without consent? You roll up filming without consent and then worry about me filming, idiot. you make assumptions, you don't want to have the conversation because you know you'll be wrong. God, you get out. You're dismissed. You're dismissed. You're dismissed. You're dismissed. You're dismissed. Hey, hey, back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. You are dismissed. We live in a free country, and I'm not explaining it to you.
No, dismissed. Goodbye.
Go home, go about your day, and have a better day. Have a better day.
Just go. Have a nice day with your wife, sir. Just have a nice day with your wife. Go away.
A clean manner of behaving in today's society. That's what it is.
You guys have a good day.
How many pictures do you need, man? Well, you're not gonna get any good ones. Or any usable ones.
Ma'am, I'm telling you to back up. Back up. Back up. I'm against the
You
wall.
approached us.
Back up.
No, I
Can you go away, please?
You approached us, John.
Everybody here is objective.
Not at all. Only you idiots.
I'm so sorry for you.
I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry that you have nothing.
Have a better day.
Your life, man.
Have a better day.
Well, wait, so you want your privacy, but you're not letting.
Ma'am, if you want to know when you're done, I'll answer questions out here. That way we're not causing a disturbance in here. I'll share everything with you. I'm absolutely. No, we have different platforms like websites and stuff. We don't share that part. You're filmed. You're filmed over 100 times a day when you leave your house without your knowledge. Illegal? Yes. Is that, we wouldn't do anything illegal. No. I just to protect them when someone comes up on them, we come out.
This is not cool, I don't think.
It is. It's legal.
I don't think it's cool though.
Okay. All right.
I think it's cool.
I disagree.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but we do remind people you're always being filmed in public, and you got to create your own privacy to demand privacy in public. And it is an exercise.
You're covering your faces.
And it's an exercising of our constitutional rights, which is something that should be. Okay. Well.
That's your first amendment right to tell us that.
Yeah.
If
You're going to protest at the
If you don't exercise your rights, you lose your rights. So that's why we're here.
Yeah, sure. It just causes trouble for people.
Not at all.
You came up to him and started asking.
Yeah, because he's filming me.
You need some help with
You're allowed to ask, because we're not the ones.
I was about to.
We're not the ones who caused the problem here, sir.
Not your mouth.
We're just minding our own business. If you mind your own business, everything goes fine. You have a beautiful day. I am absolutely.
Yeah, that's our business. We are minding our own business, just like she is too.
We film every interaction.
Somebody walked up to us, we have to.
So I don't want to. I'm not going to share my personal information with you.
Well, I just think it's kind of funny that you're filming us, but you all are hiding your identity.
Do you want to know why we do that? Okay, so we remind people that you're being filmed every time you leave the house over 100 to 200 times a day in an area like this. And if you want demand privacy when you are out in public, the onus is on you to create the privacy that you want when you leave the house, like I have.
What if I'm on the FBI most wanted list and I don't have AC?
I know, you don't like to be filmed, I think you're doing what you're saying.
Well, no, but you're being filmed everywhere you go now.
Y'all are like, wow, doing way more than I can.
This is how you remind people that you're out, how filmed that you're being every time you leave the
I
house.
just think you have to scare folks into that.
Nobody's scared.
I think people like it.
Okay, you have a wonderful day.
That's our right.
Have a good day, man. Sit on it. Have a good day. Enjoy your weekend.
What the hell are you guys saying?
We're just doing public photography, and they keep going after the little one. You know, he tried to physically attack my son. So, yeah, we just remind people you're constantly being filmed everywhere you go, over 100 times a day when you leave your house.
Provocation or?
We're not here to provoke. Have we provoked you?
Yeah, you're provoking me.
Okay, that's weird.
How are we provoking?
I haven't provoked you.
I don't feel comfortable being filmed right now.
You're being filmed over 100 times a day when you leave your house.
Discomfort isn't provocation.
Yeah, but I didn't sign
You
any
guys
agreement.
made the copyrighted music.
My favorite.
But it's not gonna work.
That doesn't work
We're
anymore.
just gonna cut it down on video, so you can play it.
The AI actually removes all that now. But I appreciate it. Thank you, though.
What's your YouTube channel?
We don't share that while we're working.
Okay.
But you guys have a good weekend. What's that?
How can I find
We don't share that while we're working.
YouTube algorithm.
But you guys have a good weekend, though.
Just captured some footage today, practicing my First Amendment right to record in public. To record in public. To record in public. Just everything that happens today. Freedom of the press. But I said it's freedom of the press. You don't need a press badge to be considered press. Have a nice day, man.
Yeah, we got that
what you guys do?
What the hell are you doing?
Why are you photographing?
I'm not, but I'm taking video.
Yes, I'm not
Yeah.
photograph.
Why are you videoing?
Yes.
I'm getting all the vehicles and the plates and the faces of the dangerous people coming to the post office today. What happened?
AI?
I'm doing a story on vehicle code violations. No, but we're getting every vehicle. Otherwise, you can't do a story if you don't get both sides. The people that do violate and the people that don't violate.
You taking this on yourselves or someone supporting you?
It's for my boss.
Well, I'm an independent news person.
Yeah, I'm just telling doing what my boss tells me to do, and
He's independent, is he your boss?
No,
I'm independent.
I have nothing to do with these guys.
So you guys all just meet at the coffee shop or you all?
No, I came here. I was the first one here. They
I'm
just
the
showed up.
second here, and he showed up third. So. Wow, nice. I just need to take a 360.
No, so what we do is. Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Don't
heard
do that.
that.
And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the water prevail, and the mountains were covered, and all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beast and of every creepy thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed, which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creepy things, and the fowl of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth in 150 days. And God remembered Noah and every living thing and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters as wagged. I'm gonna have to look into that word. I don't have any idea what that means. I'm assuming that it's the waters started going down. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look up that word and see what it means, but that's kind of cool. So on to the next video, guys. Like, comment, and share. How much is 15 cubics of water?
To estimate that, we need to know what you mean by cubics. If you mean cubic feet, 1 cubic foot of water is roughly 7.48 gallons. So 15 cubic feet would be around 112.2 gallons of water. If you're referring to cubic meters, that's a different story. 1 cubic meter is about 264.2 gallons, so 15 cubic meters would be approximately 3,963 gallons. Can you clarify which measurement you're using?
Well, in the Bible, it says 15 cubics upward in the Noah's Ark water.
You're referring to the biblical account of the flood in the book of Genesis, where it says the waters prevailed 15 cubits upward. A cubit is an ancient unit of measurement, roughly equivalent to the length of a forearm, about 18 to 22 inches. If we take the average cubit to be around 20 inches, 15 cubits would be approximately 25 feet. So the waters rose about 25 feet above the highest point of the ark. That's a pretty dramatic flood.
What does the word asswagged in the Bible mean?
I think you might be thinking of a different word or phrase. Ass, swagged, doesn't seem to be a phrase that's directly related to the Bible. Could you be thinking of a specific verse or passage where someone asks for something and there's a mention of a bag or swagging, perhaps in a metaphorical sense? If you provide more context or clarify the verse you're looking at, I'd be happy to try and help you understand it better.
So in Genesis 8:1, it says ass wagged at the end. What does that mean?
Genesis 8:1 says, the waters decreased and the ark rested on the mountains of Ararat. The verse doesn't mention wag at the end. It's possible you're thinking of a different verse or translation. If you can provide more context or clarify which translation you're using, I can try to help you understand the verse better.
I'm dropping in all kinds of stuff. Okay. All right. You had to mow your dad's lawn. That was probably fun, wasn't it? Yeah.
Can I have a soda, please?
They might have to be nice to you. And
Damn.
that just doesn't sound
What
like
did
a
I do?
You don't let me give you punch hits.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be fun?
Let me say hi to the live.
There's nobody on. But you can say hi if you want. Oh, somebody come on.
Hello.
Yeah, you can have one.
Okay.
Go ahead and take
Thank
two.
you. Okay. Awesome.
Yes, I heard that. Because I have a back brace too that has copper in the back. And I know I heard that. Sure. Yeah.
So what we do is we utilize free press. I'm doing a story about vehicle code violations and the exercise
That
of
one
our
was a
Second
coffee
Amendment.
one. That was
As
gross.
part of that, we disseminate how fellow free Americans respond to
My
people
jelly bean had
exercising
coffee
freedom
in
of
it
the
or
free country.
something.
That's it. It's a non-political exercise of our First Amendment.
It was
rights.
freaking nasty. You want some jelly beans?
No.
We gotten all different already. We definitely got a few of the.
I'm pretty sure it should be in like 3 days.
What?
The thing, the package I'm gonna get.
Oh, okay.
Just watch out for it.
Okay.
Yes, it's very needed.
Does it give me a chance to give you a punch in?
No.
Oh, okay.
Today.
Yeah, we got different people, different personalities. I mean, everybody's different. But
Yeah, jelly beans are good, but I can't have too many. I can only eat a couple at a time. Which is sad because it's my favorite candy. But that one had a coffee one, and it was pretty gross.
One lady ran up to me, grabbed my camera, tried to break it off, and then called the police on us for saying that I tried to hit her with my camera. The police came, they, obviously see the video, and they're like, oh yeah, she's dumb. But it's just people make up stories in their head and run with some crazy scenario that make them freak out. When all they have to do is ask and have a conversation with us and tell them exactly what we're doing. We toy around a little bit at first just to kind of gauge people and how they're going to respond, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's about all.
we try to be sincere though.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Don't worry about it.
We try not to film minors and stuff.
Or girls in general, like.
No, are you recording with this stuff?
Oh, everything, yeah.
Oh man, not but thanks for coming out cordial and
Yeah.
asking questions like you did, because some people will just get mad and they don't give us a chance explaining what we're doing, and they just make up stories. And
I think certain personalities are like to become naturally defensive in
Yeah.
a liberal environment like this. Because not everybody in it is a liberal.
And so, as our discourse draws to a close, let us reflect upon the profound gravitas of the Bill of Rights, particularly its illustrious First Amendment. This constitutional cornerstone, a very Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Bucks Cravings Box.
Ooh, that one was gross. Ugh, what was that? Okay, I'm blind. What's that called? AWOL core candy. Well, the AWOL core candy is disgusting. Don't eat the white ones. Ugh. Oh my gosh, that was horrible. I'd rather get another coffee one, and I don't like coffee at all. Oh, I haven't muted.
For now, we're just trying to see what America.
What are you guys filming?
We're just filming people
Why?
going on their daily life.
Why?
In this day and age, you never know. We're just trying to see what Americans do.
Okay, yeah, see, I had the same question. He seems intrusive.
I don't know. Your son guys is
Seems intrusive.
you're scanning me up and down.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's scary. Are you?
You're scary.
Are you a terrorist?
I don't know what you're doing. The post office doing this. This is wrong. Not on camera.
Why are you behaving such a weirdo? It's so crazy.
I think some glasses have peripheral steers, some glasses have scanning devices, and
I have sunglasses on, and they're like calling me terrorists. You're horrible. You're rhythm. You're out of post office. Right now.
what?
This is wrong. I will absolutely. Thank you.
So
You're acting like bullies. You're bullies. You're sure mind your own fucking business.
I did. Can you not? Us in here?
Yeah, I don't care.
You're causing the disturbance.
Figure me down. Spicy.
They're not ice. I don't give a fuck who you are.
Your ice cold though.
It's cold, I guess.
You're fucking filming.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
I'm not doing nothing. I'm not making nothing. Wait. Why don't you guys do? Hi, Jan.
How you doing, Jan?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
How is this beautiful morning so far?
Americans respond to freedom being used in public. We're all fucking.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Bro, we have nothing to do with ice, bro.
I'm not ice. I'm not ice.
Saying it disrespectfully,
Okay.
bro. I'm letting the people know
Okay,
that we're
there you go.
all fucking immigrants.
There you go.
We're all fucking immigrants.
But are you guys into?
I like that dude now for some reason.
Yeah, kind
Okay,
of.
cool.
Kind
That's
of.
good.
No, what we do.
I'll look you up.
Yeah, well, what we do is, so I do stories about vehicle code violations and the exercise of our First Amendment right,
Okay.
and then we disseminate how fellow free Americans respond to freedom being used in public. And some, for the most part, it's really cool.
Well, we saw you down there. We had, I just like
Yeah.
important. But we saw you down there and people looked a little angry. So I'm like, what
Yeah,
is
no,
going
people
on?
get angry
Do you
at us
have
for
my
filming in
face by any
public.
chance?
Yeah. No, but it's coming back. It's coming back bigger than YouTube.
No. Okay, good luck.
Yeah.
Tell me there.
No, my nieces and nephews would laugh at me. I said,
No, it's coming back bigger than
You
YouTube.
think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
I have a joint account with my wife, so you can add us both, and then we can go out on a date.
Please, come on, give me
No,
TikTok.
TikTok.
My wife doesn't let me though.
Is it?
Yeah, I get like I do.
No.
Someone check
We're doing a sock check. Can we see the socks?
fucking socks, man.
Dang.
Those shoes. Those socks, no wonder. Hey, where'd you get those shoes?
What?
Get that thing out of my face or I'll rip it off.
Bro, it's not in your face. Is it? There you go.
Oh my.
Are you kidding me? You're like 50 feet away now. It's not in your face.
Wow. I'm gonna have to get you explain now just for my safety. Yeah, where's this being?
Whoa, whoa. Calm down. Calm down.
Where's this being put out to? Are you touching? Where's this gonna be put out to?
My body's on my wife.
My face is mine, my body's mine.
I already know when she assaulted you and I got it on camera.
Let's get her plate. I need his plate number too, because he threatened me. Oh, it's one dandy one. One dandy one. Threatening people over freedom in public. Freedom hater right here. I'm not in your face. You... God damn.
Hey, you can't throw me, bro.
Bob?
You can't throw me, bro. You do.
I was like, wait a minute.
I was like, we were not even pointing it at you.
What you're doing? No, I figured. I was like, the camera's pointing in your direction. You're already saying it.
I'm ready to start some shit, bro. Are you guys doing First Amendment? Or?
Yeah. Cool. I appreciate you bringing fun about it.
Can I do a video of you too? Just
Absolutely. There you go.
I just did my brother yesterday. He does YouTube.
Nice.
I did it on my TikTok, but I was just fucking with him because
What's your page? I'll shout it out.
Are you an atheist?
Yes.
Okay, are you a materialist?
No.
Okay, so you believe in immaterial reality, that's good. How do you explain immaterial reality if there is no God?
All these followers of different religions, including yourself, are very, very confident in their views, enough to be able to assert that people in other belief systems are wrong.
Well, it's not a paradox, Nick. It's just the way truth works.
No, it is a paradox. In that all these people, they're not willing to address the fact that the other people across the table are equally confident. They're equally certain.
What do you mean by paradox?
In reality, you do not really have the choice to accept or not to accept God. We must ultimately accept God, assuming we choose to avoid perdition.
Hello and welcome. Today we're going to look at 3 really important debate moments from college students talking to Dr. Frank Turek. They are seeking to debunk Christianity, to disprove the Bible, and man, Frank in these videos has an answer for everything that is worth listening to. These interactions get increasingly more intense. I also want to see if you guys can spot a common thread that runs through the mind of each of these students. So let's dive into this first interaction, which ends in an amazing moment where the student has actually worked through some of their cognitive dissonance, is actually thinking, you can see, and then they realize where they had gone wrong. But the way that Dr. Turek incrementally walks them towards that place is really an amazing thing to watch. So let's get into it.
Hello, I'm Nathaniel.
Nathaniel.
No, so you make 3 specific arguments for the existence of God. A creative argument, an argument for design, and an argument for morality.
Already like this guy.
I first off would like to try and take down the argument on morality.
Go ahead.
Because it's not actually an argument for the existence of a God. It's the argument for the fact that we should have an idea of an existence of a God. Because otherwise there would be no moral basis from which we could sit on. And I disagree with that because I feel that humans are inherently altruistic and moral.
Okay, all right, stop there for just a second, Nathaniel. What do you mean by altruistic and moral?
We are giving and we care about each other.
Why is that good?
Why is that good? Because it helps our species survive.
Why is it good to survive?
Because then we can propagate and move on as a species and continue to exist.
So why is that a good thing? Who said it?
Why is that a good thing?
Yeah.
Because that is what it is.
Well, that's an is. That's not an ought, though. Stalin would say, fine, Nathaniel, I'm going to survive by killing you and taking your stuff. Why is he wrong?
Because Stalin would have the initial urge not to. He would feel that the inherent urge of humans is to be caring for one another. There are situations where humans will not be caring about one another, and those are exceptional. But because humans are inherently altruistic, his first urge would be to take care of the person or try and help them. But if he has some motivation against that, then he would no longer have that urge, and he would decide that he wants to kill them because he has a reason to.
Well, again, I think you're begging the question as to what altruism is. Why is taking care of others a good thing if there is no God? That's your opinion. Is there an external referent, an authoritative, unchanging referent that you're getting that opinion from, which makes it objective, or is it just something you feel?
Humans, so if you take it from the stance that this is something that is consistent throughout humanity, that we care about one another, then we could superpose that as a moral impulse that we have.
Okay, let me agree with you. I think we do have a moral impulse. And that's exactly what C.S. Lewis said in The Abolition of Man, when he looked at all the diverse cultures and he said, they agree on basic morality. Now, how do you explain that basic morality? Well, there's maybe different ways to explain it, but some will say that's because God has written it on our hearts. But the issue isn't how we know it. The issue is, why is altruism, as you put it, or caring for one another a good thing? Who said?
It's not necessarily like who said, it is what is. We are altruistic. There's no need for someone to say that it is a good thing. It is what we are.
But if Hitler or Stalin comes along and says, I don't want to be altruistic, I want to be selfish and take everything for myself, and if I have to kill you to do that, I'm going to do that, why is that objectively wrong?
Because he is not taking care of other people.
Who said it's, where are you getting this standard to this objective standard that you ought to take care of people? Where does that come from if there's no God?
So I'm just going to talk about a little example that I know of and some others. So there's 3 different points I'd like to make. First off, we still exist. If we did not take care of each other as a social species, we would have very, very limited capabilities of still existing. We need to band together. We need to take care of each other. We need to be friendly to one another.
That's presupposing that survival is a good thing. Why is it a good thing? And why us surviving? Why not roaches or antelope or black widow spiders?
Why do you need the concept of good there? We're still surviving and we're being nice, kind to each other. We're being caring for one another.
Forgive me, Nathaniel, but you're stealing the standard of goodness from God's universe to try and make your worldview work. But if there is no objective, authoritative moral standard beyond us, then atheism doesn't work.
You know, I think you're right. There is something to that. The idea of good and evil is in a lot of ways a religious concept.
This is such a rare and beautiful moment of cognitive dissonance giving way to actual thought. And you can see his gears turning in this moment as he realizes that the idea of good and evil is, as he puts it, a religious construct. But if that's true, then so are the ideas that he's putting forth about kindness and altruism. He's realizing in this moment that his assumptions are actually predicated and actually require there to be some sort of an objective reality that exists outside of any individual's interpretation or any society's implementation. You can see him realizing in this moment that the second that you acknowledge objective morality that is, again, above and beyond culture or society, you're also acknowledging the idea of a moral lawgiver. And as you acknowledge that, you're acknowledging the idea of God himself. This is why the moral argument is so compelling. And I love that you see it landing home in this moment.
My question to you is one that I ask to anybody when I'm talking about religion. And it's to address a huge paradox I see that nobody seems to worry about. So you are presumably very confident in your views. You are not at all concerned that you might be wrong.
Well, I could be wrong. That's why I continue to read and continue to search.
All right.
But I'm not God. I could be wrong.
You are still very confident in your ideology and your belief system. You are very confident. I mean, I'm assuming since you're up here on the stage, you've written a book. If I walk into any given room, maybe not this one, I will find people that follow Islam. I will find people that are Jewish. I will find people that follow Hinduism. A number of religions, and there have been something like over 500, probably way more religions in history that have all come and gone. Each of these followers of these various religions is utterly confident that they are correct, that their book has the word, final word, the word of the creator, and they will all point to, in my book, this is something that actually happened, this is something that actually happened, this is something that actually happened, so therefore everything is correct, my book is right, I know I'm right. All of these people in the same room are utterly confident that they're correct and the other people are wrong. And to me, it seems like a blatant paradox, because I'm assuming you would agree that only one religion can be correct.
Would you agree with that? If they're contradictory, only one or the other is right or neither are right.
Okay, yes. Right. So my question to you is, how do you address that paradox that all these followers of different religions, including yourself, are very, very confident in their views, enough to be able to assert that people in other belief systems are wrong?
Well, it's not a paradox, Nick. It's just the way truth works.
No, it is a paradox. In that all these people, they're not willing to address the fact that the other people across the table are equally confident. They're equally certain.
What do you mean by paradox? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean by that.
I mean that only 5 people at a table, each of them has a book. They're all saying I'm the one that's right because my book said so. How do you address that?
Well, you look at the evidence. That's what you do. That's what we're trying to do here. Just like if I were to say 4 times 4 equaled 15, and you said, well, Frank, 4 times 4 equaled 16 rather than 15, you would be right and I'd be wrong. And if everybody else thought it was some other number than 16, they would be wrong too, right?
Okay, yes, that's correct. So what types of information then do you use? Again, I'm not familiar. I haven't read your book.
Have you been in here for this presentation?
I have not. I came in late. I'm just curious.
Oh, well.
Yeah, that's probably what the presentation was about.
Hey, you guys want to hang out another 70 minutes? Huh?
I mean, that's fair
Nick,
enough.
you came in really late,
Yeah,
brother.
no, that's fair.
Hey, I'll tell you what. What we just did is we went through 4 questions. Does truth exist? Does God exist? Are miracles possible? And is the New Testament reliable, particularly about the resurrection of Christ? If truth exists, in other words, there is truth, and you would agree with there's truth. If God exists, if there's a being beyond the world who created and sustains the world, if miracles are possible, and we said they were because the greatest miracle has already occurred, the creation of the universe out of nothing, then if Jesus rose from the dead after he predicted it, if he really did rise from the dead, then what we call mere Christianity, C.S. Lewis would call it, the basic essentials of Christianity, are true.
Yeah. You need any help? Okay. What's up, Noel? What's up? Sorry, I was in the other room helping my mom. I had to put the jelly beans up before I ate them all. I'm good, but I had a rough spot today. I'm not going to get into it, but I had something bad happen today. So. Yeah, it definitely had to do with my cancer. Like, I don't really want to talk about it, but it was not good. It was not a good moment. But yeah, that's definitely what it had to do with. Yeah, I'm feeling great now. I'm feeling a lot better now. But yeah, I had a bad spell earlier, which happens. I mean, it's part of the bad experience of cancer. Bad things happen. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, though. Oh, that's cool. You can bring it up. That's not a problem. I did not do any Pokemon today. Nope. I probably will tomorrow. But yeah, I did not today. I definitely want to do this weekend with the legendaries, the legendary birds that are going to be in max battles. I definitely want to. Are not legendary birds. What are they called? I can't think of their names, but they're legendaries and they're going to be in the max battles this weekend. I'm definitely going to be doing that. I think it's supposed to be 101 here tomorrow. So I understand hot. Hottest sucks. I want to plant 500 birds of prey. Do I even got any birds of prey? White birds of prey. Yellow birds of prey. Red birds of prey. Okay. I don't have very many of any of them, but I got a couple.
And that's what we were talking about here tonight.
Okay, I'm sure I.
My favorite Pokemon's Larvitar.
We disagree on a lot of those former points, but I did miss a lot of the presentation.
I'll tell you what, if I were to give you a book, would you read it?
If you would read a book.
If I would,
if you would read one of my suggestions too, I'm not going to, if we could trade books and you'd read one of my recommendations, yeah, I would be absolutely be down.
I'm giving you my book, not a recommended book.
Of course you'd give me your book.
A book that my mom would recommend.
Your mom would recommend it.
She would recommend my book. Would
my
you
mother
read
would
it?
recommend all of my papers I've written as well. I'm telling you, if you want to ask me to read a book, I will give you a book as well. And if you want
What
to make
book
a
will
deal,
you give me?
I would give you The God Delusion by Richard Dawkins.
I've already read it.
Okay, and I'm
Okay, now let me ask you a question, Nick. Nick, can I ask you a
Yes, sir.
question?
Yes, absolutely.
Richard Dawkins believes there is no God, right?
Yes.
And he believes everybody who disagrees with him is wrong.
Just as you believe anybody who doesn't.
So what's the
believe it.
paradox?
The paradox is that only one of these people at the table can be correct.
True.
I mean that
You're saying that Richard Dawkins is right. I'm saying he's wrong. I'm saying that my view is closer to the truth than his.
And the other significant difference in that situation, though, is that Richard Dawkins is not making an affirmative claim. He's not saying that something exists.
Oh, sure he is.
He's not.
Richard Dawkins is saying that materialism is true, that macroevolution is true, that there are no objective moral values.
You're pointing into other areas of Richard Dawkins' belief systems. I'm only here to discuss whether or not there is a divine creator, a God.
And he
you can
says
talk about all these things that Richard Dawkins has said or believes in, right?
Let me just pause really quick right here to say that I think that the reason that they're missing each other at this point of the conversation truth claims, whereas Frank Turek is saying that no, what religions mean with the type of truth claims that they put forward are of an objective nature. So to highlight this point, I'm going to play a really quick less than 1 minute clip from my documentary where J. Warner Wallace perfectly lays out this distinction and really the problem with viewing religious truth claims as subjective. Here's what that sounds like.
Well, what are the claims about God really? Are they just really an expression of our subjective opinions, like your favorite cookie or your favorite soda or your favorite movie? Because if that's the case, there's no point in us getting all fussy about making a case for why I think Diet Coke is better than Diet Pepsi. But the issues related to God's existence are different because they aren't subjective claims. Our opinions can't change whether or not God exists. Do we think that Christianity is the true description of the God of the universe? Now, I can be wrong about this, but it's not a matter of my opinion. In the end, it either is or it isn't, and it's based not in Jim's opinion, but in the truth claim that's rooted in the object called Christianity. So it's an objective claim about God's nature. And it can be objectively false. It can also be objectively true.
So either Jesus did or did not die on the cross. Either Jesus did or did not rise again. It's of an objective nature. And I think that that is something that's being a little bit missed here by Nick. With that being said, let's go ahead and dive back in.
The way I can pull atheism out of that paradox is by saying that all these people at the table, the metaphorical table I'm describing, are claiming that something exists, something that is mutually exclusive with everything else at that table. Someone like Richard Dawkins would say that there is no reason to believe in any of these claims being made. Not that, for example, I was speaking with somebody earlier, and one common argument I use, people will say, how can you be so confident that there is no God? How, like, they'll ask me that, you're saying this, but you're saying there is no God. It's not necessarily that I'm saying that there cannot be one, right? Do you believe in leprechauns? Can I ask you for an answer?
I haven't seen any evidence for leprechauns.
So you don't believe in them?
No, I don't.
Okay, do you believe in fairies? You don't believe in those, right?
Nick, but you see, the God of the Bible is not like a being inside the universe, like a fairy or Thor.
It's not about whether it's a being, or it's about the fact that it's a claim, right? It's a truth claim.
Right.
You don't believe in these things, right? Because there is no sufficient. Sufficient meaning stands the test of logic.
Okay.
Empiricism.
Hold on, Nick.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Okay. Whether fairies exist or not is not a logical claim. It's an ontological evidentiary claim. Okay, same thing is true with God. It's totally logical that fairies and leprechauns could exist. It has nothing to do with logic. It has to do with is there evidence that such things exist?
It might be a semantic error I'm making.
Okay, yes. So Richard Dawkins says at a scale of 1 to 7, with 1 being I know there's a God and 7 I know there's no God, he says I'm a 6.5. To his credit, he says that he's not absolutely certain that God doesn't exist, just like I can't be absolutely certain God does exist. I could be wrong, okay? But he is saying that everybody who disagrees with him in his view is wrong. He's saying the same thing everybody is saying when they make a truth claim. Absolutely. It's not a paradox to make a truth claim.
If you are subtracting God from the equation, you are also implicitly making affirmative statements that need to be supported just like everybody else at the table, if you will. So if you're saying God doesn't exist, I don't believe that God exists, you are also then putting forth a godless, materialistic model of explanation for everything, because God, people say God of the gaps, but God actually explain.
I don't know if you're still there, no, but if you are, what's your favorite Pokemon? My second favorite one is Lilo.
Morality, human dignity, the comprehensibility of the universe, the level of complexity in everything from the cell to the vastness of the cosmos, an intelligent.
That was weird. My screen blinked like a purple color. I don't know if you guys seen that, but the screen just blinked purple for a second. That was weird.
Immaterial creator explains so many of these realities. If you take him out, you're now on the hook to explain those things in other ways. And so this sort of, I've said this before in other videos, but sort of this privilege of the skeptic position where you think that you're not making an affirmative statement by subtracting God. You're just saying, I don't know, I just don't believe in God. You actually are. You're actually on the hook to support the truth claims that you're implicitly putting forward by subtracting God from the equation.
As I understood, you've argued that a painting or a creation, to use the term painting, implies a painting. phrase design implies a designer. But I must ask, who designed God? If no one designed God, God is timeless, spaceless, and immaterial, and he existed eternally in an uncaused fashion. Then why can't nature exist in the exact same way, in an eternal, uncaused, spaceless, timeless, immaterial fashion?
Good question.
Why can't our uncaused origins be as marvelous and precise as God, but be natural causes?
Excellent question, Carter. That's a very good question. You're right. Now we have two options here. Either the universe is the uncaused first cause, or something beyond the universe is the uncaused first cause. The problem is that all the evidence points to the fact that the universe is not the uncaused first cause. And I didn't have time to go through that evidence. That was part one. But I'll give it to you very briefly in an acronym, SURGE, S-U-R-G-E. S stands for the second law of thermodynamics, which says that the universe is running down. Well, if it's running down, somebody must have wound it up. We'd have no energy left right now if the universe was eternal. The U stands for the fact that the universe is expanding. Edwin Hubble detected that back in 1929. It shows that everything came from a single point, a point actually of infinite density, the singularity, which is actually nothing. So the universe had a beginning. The R in SURGE stands for the radiation afterglow. That's the remnant heat discovered by Penzias and Wilson in 1965, which is literally the smoking gun to the Big Bang. There's heat, remnant heat from the Big Bang still out there, which shows that the universe had a beginning. The G in SURGE stands for the great galaxy seeds, which were very fine temperature variations in that radiation afterglow that allowed the galaxies to form in the early universe. And the E stands for Einstein's theory of general relativity, which shows that time, space, and matter are correlative, that they came into existence together, that space, time, and matter literally had a beginning. Einstein knew this in 1916. Then observational evidence began in 1919 when Eddington did his test on the eclipse. And then Hubble discovered the expanding universe in 1929, and then on to the radiation afterglow and the great galaxy seeds after that. So the evidence points to the fact that the universe is not the uncaused first cause. So there must be something beyond the universe that is, and that thing that's beyond the universe must be spaceless, timeless, and immaterial. And if you're timeless, do you have a beginning? No. So God is not, he didn't have a beginning. He's the uncaused first cause. And look, Aristotle, Plato, they all knew this. They knew there had to be an unmoved mover.
I believe you're drawing a false dichotomy because we do not know that the original cause was God. There is no reason to say that an intelligent designer was the first cause, the uncaused first cause that caused everything else. I do not have the training or expertise to refute such science. In fact, I accept your conclusion that the Big Bang had a beginning and space-time and matter came into existence from a point of origin. But we do not know that this point of origin is God. Calling it God is to make a false assumption. Another reason for the existence of everything might simply be that other dimensions have the power and the Marxist capacity to create a situation where existence could, where the Big Bang could be brought into existence, and space, time, and matter begins to exist without an intelligent designer having a hand.
I gotta say really quick before we get to Frank's response, I love this guy's humility and I love his honesty, and I love that he basically is saying, like, I don't have answers to the scientific acronym that you just laid out. So he's granting that rather than just trying to double down and feel like, yes, like win the debate, win the argument, come up with something on the fly. He concedes that point. And then I love actually the philosophical point that he's making here, which is how do you make the jump from whatever could have caused the universe? He's saying like some sort of other dimensional winds or something that could have birthed this universe, which is an interesting question. I have thoughts, but let's let Frank Turek, let's hear his answer here.
Well, Carter, what you just described there is what we would call God. God is in another dimension that has the ability to bring these dimensions into existence. So if you want to call it another dimension, you can call it that, but that's exactly what we mean by God.
But then why is there a theology? Why do we worship God? He could easily be called another.
Excellent point. You don't have to worship God. In fact, Aristotle never worshiped God. In fact, the Greeks never got their theology and philosophy together. They knew that there had to be an unmoved mover, but they never put the two together and worship the unmoved mover. So you don't have to worship the unmoved mover. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want. That's why you have free will. God loves you enough to give you free will. You can love him or reject him. That's up to you.
But on that point, you do have the free will to accept or reject God. The obvious conclusion is that rejection of God will lead to eternal damnation in hell. So in reality, you do not really have the choice to accept or not to accept God. We must ultimately accept God, assuming we choose to avoid perdition.
Well, if you want to avoid... Well, let me back up for a second. There's only two possibilities if God exists. In eternity, you're going to be with him or you're not going to be with him, right? That's logically the only two options. If you want to be with him, you will seek him out and be with him. If you don't want to be with him, God will not force you into his presence against your will. In fact, let me make the objection stronger than what you're making it. You're very polite, but I debated an atheist who was a little bit more direct. And let me tell you, this man he's a good man. I like him. His name is Eddie Tabash. He's an attorney from Beverly Hills. We debated at the University of Michigan a number of months ago. And he looked at me during the Q&A and he said, Frank, my mother was a survivor of the Holocaust. She lived an awful life. Somebody presented her with the gospel and she rejected it. Is she in hell right now? Well, I said, Eddie, I don't know where your mother is. I don't know if she made a profession of faith in the last moments, but if she didn't, then God will not force her into his presence against her will. God is too loving for that. And I asked the audience this question. In fact, I'll ask you as an audience this question. Ladies, is there anybody in here who's ever had a man pursue you and you did not want that man to pursue you? You did not want to date him. Anyone in here? Of course. In fact, some of you are going, yeah, he's sitting right next to me right now. He won't leave me alone. I said, okay, ladies, suppose this man continues to pursue you and continues to pursue you. And you say, look, I only like you as a friend. Ladies, why don't you just take the knife, stick it in, and turn it? Because every man in here has heard this. I like you, but only as a friend. Well, suppose he continues to pursue you. And he gets to the point where he says, look, I love you so much, I'm going to force you to love me. Can he do that? No, he can't do that. Love, by definition, must be freely given. So if he truly did love you, what would he do? He would leave you alone. That's exactly what God does. He keeps sending us cards, letters, and flowers while we're here. And if we keep rejecting and keep rejecting, he gives us up to our own desires. That ultimately what hell is. Hell is separation from God. So you're free in hell. You can continue to reject God in hell, but you're confined to hell. In fact, hell is a quarantine of evil. That's what it is. And heaven, of course, is being in the very presence of God. God loves you too much to force you into his presence against your will. Thanks, God.
If there is some uncaused first cause of the universe, an unmoved mover, why does that necessarily mean that he's worthy of our worship? And that is such a good question, because it is not just in the isolation of the modality of science that we understand who God is. That's really just a stepping stone. All these conversations about God as the creative force behind the universe, the intelligent designer of the universe, that's literally just like square one. That's a stepping stone that you have to step on in order to get further down the path. But it's only that. It's only a beginning point. Once you understand that logically,
it's hard to believe that God's something when it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. Like, basically, you have to believe that something came from nothing, and the something that brought the something from nothing is God. That's a hard thing to believe. I get why people don't believe that. I understand why they don't believe that. But we all had to start from something. Some type of higher power had to start everything. And I believe that's God. But I also understand why people don't believe that. I just hope they get that out of their head and start believing that God is what caused all of us to be here.
there must be a uncaused first cause of the universe, like Frank Turk said, and that Obviously, that can't be the universe itself. Matter doesn't create matter. It takes an intelligence to create matter. It takes this idea of God to create matter. But let's get past that for a second, because I know some people get hung up there. It's this cumulative case for Christianity that compounds upon itself and becomes more and more and more compelling. And ultimately, it gets down to something that is incredibly personal. In fact, in the New Testament, Jesus' disciples asked him, "Why do you use parables?" And he explained to them that he uses parables as his mechanism of communication because he's actually graciously and mercifully concealing information from people who don't have ears to hear, from people who are actually going to be resistant to his message. He actually doesn't want to incur on them a greater judgment. But if you do have ears to hear, if you do have eyes to see, if you want to know the truth wherever it leads, then you take a step towards the possibility of God. And when you do that, God takes a step towards you. That's what it says in the Bible. It says, knock and the door will be open to you. Seek and you will find. Everyone who knocks receives an answer. Everyone who seeks finds. Draw near to God and he will draw near to you. There's this mysterious way in which God graciously conceals the full revelation of who he is from those with hard hearts. I know I'm using Christianese here, but he leans into those who actually want to know who he is. And so my challenge for someone watching this video is, don't get locked up inside of the box of science where your only epistemology, if you will, which means just way of knowing, is through science. And if I can't put it under a microscope, then I can't possibly know if it's true or not. You don't actually do that when things go to the more personal level. I don't know that my wife, for example, loves me based on something that I can put under a microscope. He has forgiven my sins. That's the entire point of being, which is God with us. Jesus look to the life and ministry and death and Jesus in order to answer the question of what is God's personality like? What are his motives? What does he care about? What is he for? What does his kingdom look like? What is his mission? You look to Jesus to answer those more personal and specific questions that this unmoved mover abstraction will never really get you to. So anyway, I digress. I ramble on. I hope you guys enjoyed it, for some of you that are still listening. And yeah, that's it. I just wanted to speak a little bit more from the heart, because these conversations about God shouldn't just be theorizing. They shouldn't just be in this realm of the abstract. They should be, we should be able to talk about this properly, which is to say personally. So anyway, that's it for this video. I'll see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to like, subscribe, ring the notification bell, all of the things that tell the YouTube algorithm that this content is quality, which I hope that you find that it is. And if you do, then do those things, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks a lot. Peace. Bye.
Like 600 years before Jesus Christ, Mithras was also born December 25th, was also born Virgin Mary, and was also resurrected on the third day, and was also crucified. And same as the god of Horus was also born December 25th, resurrected the third day, was crucified. Same thing. Like, I feel like Jesus Christ is the same thing as like a Martin Luther King or a Gandhi. He died for, with civil disobedience. And I feel like it's the same thing if someone were to write about Gandhi and have the same outlook as Jesus Christ. Like, what if he was just like another person that was, for the greater good of humankind? Like greater good, more greater good than what religion does to the world itself now.
It's fascinating you raised that question, because yesterday I studied Mithraism, Osiris, and Horus. All right, great question. First point, Jesus was not born on December 25th. December 25th is simply a holiday that has been attached to the birth of Christ. So Christ was not born on December 25th. That's just a tradition.
Son of a broken still, I just don't like to brag about it.
What was the significance of Mithra? The significance of his life was he killed a bull. That's the whole focus of Mithraism. Mithra killed the bull. So the idea that Mithra was crucified, the idea that Mithra rose from the dead, those thoughts occurred way AD. Hundreds of years after Christ.
So was the New Testament.
Pardon?
So was the New Testament.
No, the New Testament was written in the 1st century. You know how we know that?
AD?
Yeah, 1st century AD, after the birth of Christ.
Right.
In the Gospels
were passed on from other people that saw Jesus, and then people. It's like playing the game telephone. By the end of the time, you're gonna have a whole different story than what you started with.
Okay. The Gospel of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John were written by the eyewitnesses or those who knew the eyewitnesses in the 1st century. The way that we know that is Ignatius, Bishop of Antioch, in letters he writes in 95 AD, quotes the Gospel. Clement, Bishop of Rome, writing in 115 AD, quotes the Gospels. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verses 3 through 8, the Apostle Paul writes, "What I received, I passed on to you as of first importance, that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, that he was buried, that he was raised from the dead, according to the Scriptures." When did Paul write 1 Corinthians 15? Between 50 and 54 AD. Sir, that's within 25 years of the death and resurrection of Christ. So whoever told you that the Gospels were written hundreds of years after Christ, I'm sorry, they're inaccurate. They're wrong. We have a fragment of the Gospel of John today in the John Rylands Museum in Manchester, England. It's verses from John chapter 18, and it's dated between 117 and 130 AD. So, sir, it's obvious that the Gospels were written in the 1st century by the eyewitnesses or by those who knew the eyewitnesses. Now, the resurrection of Osiris is the only resurrection that is in BC, that predates the resurrection of Christ. So now you've got to study the resurrection of Osiris. And when you study it, sir, what you'll find out is he was sliced up into 14 different pieces. He was killed. Then what happened? His sister Isis went around finding his parts. She found 13 of the 14 parts. So she puts the 13 parts back together again. And what does Osiris experience? He does not experience a resurrection body the way Jesus Christ physically rose from the dead. Instead, Osiris becomes the god of the underworld, a spiritual existence. So you do not, sir, have a physical resurrection. You have a spiritual resurrection of Osiris, where you've got 13 of his 14 parts in a spirit form in the underworld.
It doesn't ever say that there's any kind of correlation between him and the underworld, just in a spiritual kind of realm. And although he had his 13 pieces put together, the 13th piece was made from a spiritual kind of thing. Yeah. So I'm just wondering where you're getting that Osiris was in the realm of the underworld.
I studied it yesterday, sir. That's why I get it. It's very clear. Just check out Osiris. Good. Check out Osiris. He's put together again by his sister Isis, and he rules in the underworld, in a spiritual realm. of the underworld.
Just because you're in a spiritual realm doesn't mean that it's the underworld.
All right, fine. If you have a problem with underworld, fine. He's in the spiritual realm.
So what's not to say that he was in the spiritual realm of the heavens?
It definitely doesn't say that, but if you want to add that, go ahead. But what it does say is that he was not a physical being. The resurrection of Christ is not a spiritual resurrection, guys. In Luke chapter 24, when Jesus appears to the disciples, they think, oh no, we're hallucinating. This is a spirit. And what does Jesus do? He comes right up to them and says, grab hold of me and see. A spirit does not have flesh and bone the way you see I have. What does he do to Thomas? He doesn't say, hey, Thomas, here I am, the ghost. No. He says, right here, Thomas, take your hands and put them in the nail prints in my hands. And Thomas stopped doubting and believed. So obviously, the clear claim of the Gospels is Jesus physically died on a cross. 3 days later, he physically rose from the dead. And over a period of 40 days, he appears to over 500 people who see him risen from the dead. That makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, what my guess or understanding on that is where that information would come from other people's interpretations. So I'm not doubting that when the people were writing about this, that they didn't know what was going on, but they are writing their interpretations of what happened. And you're talking about that even some of the people just knew the eyewitnesses. Well, just knowing the eyewitness is not a direct link to the kind of information that's there. They're only giving their personal interpretation. And if we were looking under God's eyes, personal interpretations can be wrong.
I agree. Good point. So, if I say to you, I'm an atheist, is it fair for you to interpret me to be saying, I believe that God exists? Is that a good interpretation? Either the miracle happened and the virgin had a baby, or the miracle didn't happen and Mary had sex with someone and that's how Jesus was born. It's not a matter of interpretation. It's a matter of, did the miracle occur or did it not?
Okay, so how are we supposed to know today if the miracle did or did not occur?
Very simple.
By looking at other people's interpretations?
No. First of all, you ask yourself, does my worldview allow for a miracle to happen?
Yes.
Yours does? Mm-hmm. So that means you believe in some type of God or gods, right?
I believe in a higher power. That doesn't mean that they're a God.
Okay. But you believe there's more to reality than matter and energy?
No, I believe that the reality is energy.
Okay, well, if all of reality is matter and energy, how can a miracle happen?
Because energy can be manipulated in the ways that we might not understand right now.
Who's going to manipulate it?
The conscious being.
Okay. So what you're telling me is you think that a woman who hasn't had sex with a man can consciously manipulate her body so she can have a child?
No.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Because I would say that's irrational. Sure. The only way it's possible for a virgin to have a baby is if there was a supernatural God who created the laws of nature. Therefore, he is capable of changing a law of nature and performing what you and I call a miracle, a virgin having a baby. That's the only way it can happen. If there is no God, it's impossible for a virgin to have a baby. And if you don't believe me, just go to biology.
Just because something is not being able to be explained today doesn't mean that it can't be explained in the past. Just like in the past, we look at the sky and we're like, why is that blue? Why are there stars? We didn't understand. So we make up explanations for that. And now as science evolves, we're able to tell what we weren't able to tell back then. So just by saying that, well, today we don't know that, that it's impossible that a woman could get pregnant without actually, sperm entering the egg. Well, just because we can't explain that today doesn't mean that we're not going to be able to explain it scientifically in the future.
If there is no supernatural God, guys, virgins never have babies. And if you haven't learned that yet in biology class, that's embarrassing, okay? So the only way a virgin can have a baby is if there's a supernatural God who changes a law of nature and performs what you and I call a miracle. Philosophically, if you say there is no God, it's impossible for a miracle to happen, because if there is no God, all of reality is matter and energy. And matter and energy operate in a very consistent way called the laws of nature. The laws of
Thank you. I'm trying to show that matter is all empty space. So we can look around and wonder how this matter is made up around us. It's all empty. Everything that we see is just a projection from within our own mind.
Wait. Say that last sentence again.
Everything that we see is a projection of what's happening within our own mind, our own conscious, and all of the conscious together. That's what God is. God is not someone off up in the sky that's preaching down, looking down, going like, you sin, electrical, you're going to hell. No, God is a collective consciousness of everyone. I'm God, you're God. Everyone here is God.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Okay. Now, if what you say is right, that I cannot perceive reality, I just make up reality in my head with my perception.
It doesn't mean you make it up, but you are able to interpret the reality differently than how you might interpret it right now. It doesn't mean that it's just, made up. It's how you perceive things.
Really? Well, then where does your rational mind come from?
My rational mind comes from my consciousness.
What does that mean?
My consciousness is basically how, from birth, my life perceives all of the information around it. I'm sure you know of the Trinity, body, mind, and spirit. When we're born with the spirit, the new mind, and the new body. So we have the collective consciousness, which is the spirit, which is in all of us. The body is the physical way that we experience the reality, and the mind is the mind that interprets it, the actual consciousness.
What is spirit?
Spirit is what a lot of people like to refer to as God. Spirit is the kind of consciousness that everyone has and is able to basically use. And what can happen is...
You're delusional, kid. You're delusional. You're freaking delusional. Your parents were not good parents if they let you believe that delusion.
When all the collective consciousness comes together with the same intent, that is when a miracle is able to happen, because there's such a strong force behind it, the unseen force that has a lot to do with quantum physics, that unexplainable things start to happen. And just because we're not to explain it now doesn't mean that we can't explain it into the future when we start learning about new things, the quantum mechanics, the way that consciousness really works.
What is spirit? Where does spirit come from?
Spirit started from the great beginning. A lot of people like to call it the Big Bang, everything like that. There was one consciousness. You might refer to him as God, and a lot of people refer to him as a lot of different things. And as that happens, God, consciousness, wants to experience life in as many ways as it can. So it might send consciousness as this guy right here. Intelligent, smart guy, he's experiencing consciousness in his own way. And then he might want to send it to some other person in India who grows up in some kind of temple, Buddhist temple, whatever. And he's experiencing his consciousness in a different way. So it is all of the same consciousness, experiencing it in different realms.
Does this stone have consciousness?
That is an extremely good question, and that's something that we're trying to figure out right now, is if inanimate things are able to have a consciousness. I'll tell you what the stone does have, is it all resonates on the same frequency that I do. You're bringing up energy and matter. Well, quantum physics is starting to show that everything is not as solid as we thought. It's more like a light wave, and it's a condensed light wave that is able to just manifest into something that's actually hard. So what we're trying to figure out now is, in what difference is my body have to this rock?
Gosh, you are delusional, kid. Wow.
Because they're made of the same elements, the same energy, the same matter.
A rock is not made from the same as a person. A rock is a solid object. A person is not a solid object. Wow.
That is where the Buddhists get the idea that the observer, seeing, and the phenomenon are one and the same. They're not actually separate, because we are all made of the same building blocks, the same unit that our reality is constructed of.
Sir, there was a Big Bang, right? 15 billion years ago?
What do you think?
There was a Big Bang about 15 billion years ago?
How the universe started, I don't know. But
do you accept the Big Bang theory or not?
I contemplate it. Aristotle once said that it's a mark of an educated mind to be able to contemplate an idea without accepting it.
Okay. So you don't accept the Big Bang, you just contemplate it.
Right.
Okay. Now, if your worldview is right, that consciousness is this vague thing, and that maybe this rock has consciousness.
It might be.
It might. Then why do you step on the rock and don't step on him? If the rock has consciousness and he has consciousness, Why do you step on the rock and not step on him?
Just because I'm stepping on ground doesn't mean that I'm inflicting any kind of pain or hate to it.
What's the difference between me taking a machete, cutting a head of lettuce, cutting a cow's head, or cutting his head? Is there a difference?
Yes, there absolutely is a difference.
What's the basis?
Because plants are a way that everything in this life receives nutrition. There is not a single way to deny that. Everything comes from plants. And just because you're using a plant doesn't mean that you're even, again, hurting it, inflicting any kind of pain, because you're cycling through what is known as life. I would never hurt.
No, plants can get hurt because grass can give off a smell when you cut it because you're hurting it. Plants also do the same thing. They give off a smell. So they can be hurt. Most people don't know that, but they can.
Other human being, because we're of the same species. You don't see lettuce going around chopping each other down. There's one universal force in the world, and it's consciousness. And if you ask me, consciousness is the same thing as love.
Okay, very good.
Is love.
That's where you and I disagree. If what you say is true, nobody has innate value. They just have subjective value that we choose to subjectively give ourselves.
That true. As where the question comes in, asking is where does consciousness comes in? Is because I have the spirit. Spirit, everyone has a spirit. I wouldn't want to go to another person who's also experiencing reality through their body, mind, and then, of course, the collective spirit. I would never want to end their experience of reality, because that would ultimately break them of their connection between their body and mind and spirit. And now I'm done.
Okay. The only way there can be more to reality than matter and energy, the only way there can be a spirit, logically, is if there is some type of God to create the spirit. Because if there's no God, then all of reality is matter and energy evolve to a higher order. The way you simply blindly, gullibly say, philosophically say, my starting point is matter and energy, you can't just add spirit to create spirit, to create a value of justice, to create a value of love. You cannot put spirit into a mathematical equation. You cannot put love into a test tube. You cannot give me a foot. Those are intangible, non-material values. The only way those values can be real is if there's more to reality than simple matter and energy. That's my point.
Do you mind if I?
Please, you got the floor.
You are saying that is the only way that it's able. The only way that there could be a spirit is if there was a God. Okay, well then, where would you get your justification for that?
Because when you say there is no God, you're automatically limiting reality to obviously matter and energy.
No, you are limiting yourself if you say there is a God, and now I have to devote my life praising this one person. It limits the true abilities and capabilities that the human is able to achieve.
I agree with you. I've never said that, what you just said. Okay. I've never said that once. Instead, we're having a philosophical discussion right now about reality. Is reality just matter and energy, or is there a spirit? Are there values like justice and love and compassion that are non-physical, non-material values? My point is, if those values are real, justice, love, spirit, then there's got to be more to reality than just matter and energy. There's got to be some type of God to create and define spirit, justice. I'll tell you why. Okay. Good question. Because inanimate matter and energy have no ability to define or experience love, justice, kindness, compassion, or rational thinking. It takes a rational mind to think rationally. It takes the conscience of a human being to just say that is just, that is unjust, and to understand that. The leaf, the tree, the rock has no ability to appreciate justice, compassion, rational thinking, or free will.
That's not true.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Love is a kind of frequency, okay?
Love is a frequency?
It resonates to everything.
Yeah.
They have recorded heart monitoring systems when someone fills themselves with full of negative thoughts. It's super disharmonious. The beat is just going all over the place. But when someone focuses on pure...
Oh my gosh, dude, you're delusional. This kid's delusional. Sorry.
love, energy, just unconditional love. That is to all, not just all living, but to everything that there is. The heart starts working in a perfect, harmonious way. It is called synchronicity. It's when everything comes together in a perfect, flowing kind of way. So to say that a tree is not able to experience love is not true, because if you are to sit there next to a tree while it's growing, you go every day, 5 hours a day, and project love as much as you can into that tree, that can guarantee, scientifically will prove that that tree will grow more healthier and better.
Oh, man. Oh, man, that was funny. Oh, I needed a good laugh today.
Ooh, now I think we're on something here.
But I don't know if I can believe in Jesus because he was on earth.
Yeah, it's based on his claim, I'm going to die and rise from the dead. Well, that was a big mistake, Jesus. What's the mistake? You gave us a way to verify you or falsify you. If you don't rise from the dead, you, Jesus, are a liar. But if you did rise from the dead, you, Jesus, are the truth.
This is the debate that made Cliff Neckley famous. A group of sharp-minded college students challenge him on Jesus, morality, and the problem of evil. Can multiple religions be true? Does free will justify suffering? And why believe in Jesus without proof? This intense exchange put Cliff in the spotlight. Where do you stand? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Now let's dive in.
I like Cliff because he gives me a whole nother understanding of what I'm trying to understand. And he goes, like, he'll go into it in a way that preachers don't go into it. Like, he'll go into it without the Spirit, without God or anything, to explain it in a whole nother way that'll get you to the Spirit of God, get you to believe in God, get you to go to that spot. This is first.
Can't there be multiple gods that we can believe in? Ways into heaven.
Good. There. But you see, what you've got to answer, ma'am, is why would you believe in heaven? Have you ever been there? Neither have I. So in light of the fact you've never seen heaven, why would you as a thinking human being believe there's a heaven?
I mean,
why?
Through the Christian faith, is there not the communication that if you do live by the faith, you are forgiven, you go to heaven?
Yes. But ma'am, my being convinced that I'm going to heaven is based on one thing: the trustworthiness of Jesus Christ. Because I've never been to heaven. I don't know if there's a heaven or not from my experience. And I can promise you, Austin is not heaven. Okay? It's a very nice place, but it's not heaven.
Right.
Okay? You see, ma'am, when it comes to heaven, you're going to have to trust somebody the same way I'm going to have to trust somebody. And the question is, why do you trust whoever it is you trust? So because Muhammad contradicts Jesus, and because Jesus contradicts the avatars of Hinduism, and because the avatars of Hinduism contradict Siddhartha Gautama Buddha, and because they all contradict Baha'i faith, you've got to be on the intellectual level of a cockroach if you say they're all saying the same thing. They're not, man. They're contradicting each other. So either they're all wrong or one of them's right. And now you got to study the Gospels for yourself, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and you got to ask yourself, does the evidence point to Jesus being the truth? And if it does, trust him. But if the evidence is that Christ is a liar, you'd be a fool to trust him. Do not trust Jesus if the evidence is he's a fraud, he's a hypocrite, he's a liar. Don't trust him. But if the evidence is he's totally reliable, the evidence is he really did die and rise from the dead, then you can trust him, and he's the one who promises heaven to everybody who puts their faith in him. And here's something that my atheist agnostic friends have to acknowledge if they're being intellectually consistent. Because they believe there's no heaven, no day of judgment, that has big implications for now, today. And the implication is what you and I do with our lives is ultimately meaningless. Why? Where are Hitler and Mother Teresa if there is no heaven and no hell? Where are Hitler and Mother Teresa? The same place. The fertilizer pit. They're decomposing. Which means, ultimately, it does not matter whether you are Adolf Hitler II or whether you're Mother Teresa II, because we're all going to the same place, the fertilizer pit. You see, Jesus says, no, there is eternity out there, and there's a heaven and a hell, and there's a day of judgment, which means the decisions that you make today are really significant. They really matter. And you are really valuable, because God wants you to live for eternity with him in heaven. And becoming fertilizer is not God's plan for you and desire for you. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for raising that. Yes, sir.
There's been a couple issues of things that you've been saying that I have questions of. I'm just going to do a quick short one. One of my main questions that I always have is just given what you touted earlier, a tri-omni God, omnibenevolent, omnipotent, omniscient, just all-powerful, knowing, all-caring. How do you explain the existence of evil and suffering?
You bet. Very slowly, having to acknowledge I can't give you a complete answer. I do not know ultimately why God allowed evil, suffering, and death. But here's my first point. If you're an atheist or if you're an agnostic, what is your solution to the problem of evil and death?
My solution to the
solution. What is your solution to the problem of evil and death? If you're an atheist, if you're an agnostic.
The solution for everybody is as possible. I mean, everybody should aim for being good.
According to their own definition of good, right?
Becoming, own definition good, whether it's objective good from God or objective good from another source.
Well, remember, the atheist or agnostic says either there is no God or I don't know whether there's a God.
Yeah.
So good is not defined by God if you're an atheist.
Yeah.
If you're an atheist, the good is defined by your culture or by the power elite or by yourself or by majority opinion.
It could be just defined as good. Good just exists, whether God or not.
How can good just exist?
Good could possibly, because I don't know if there's a God or not.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if there is such a thing as a God that is out of time, like that is eternal, why can't other concepts like good just be out of time and eternal, just a thing that exists like God?
Okay. Sir, good is an intangible value. You cannot see good.
As I read through the Bible, guys, I find things that maybe I don't know the answer to, words, different things I don't understand, and I make little videos about it. I go check my AI, see what my AI says, see if it gives me the right information, and then I go from there. And in the Bible, it says, let me see if I can find it real quick. I think it's 15 cubic inches, right? Yeah, 15 cubic upward. The water went up 15 cubics when Noah and the great flood happened. Like the ship raised and the water raised up 15 cubics. And I was like, so I know inches and foot and centimeters, but I didn't know I don't know cubics. Like, yeah, I probably learned it in school, but I forgot. Anyways, So I figured if I didn't know this, maybe you guys don't know this, and it's important that I get it out there so everybody understands what it is when they get to that part in the Bible. So here is what the AI said. It says, you're referring to the Bible account, the Biblian, I can't speak. The biblical, but anyways, we're going to skip the word because it ain't coming out right. Account of the flood in the book of Genesis, where it says the waters prevailed 15 cubits upward. A cubit is an ancient unit of measurement, roughly to the length of a forearm, about 18 to 22 inches. So 1 cubic is 18 to 22 inches, is the way I take that. If we take the average cubic to be around 20 inches, 15 cubics would be approximately 25 feet. So the waters rose about 25 feet above the highest point of the ark. That's a pretty dramatic flood. Like, that is just, that's crazy. 25 feet of water. So when I get in the water at the river, around where I'm at, it's probably about, 5-6 foot deep, which is a little bit above me. Like, I'm 5'9", so it's a little bit above me. And then add, 5 of me on top of me, right? 6 to get to 25. Yeah, 4 of me on top of me. And that's how deep the water was. Now, in our time that we're in now, if that happened, some people would live because buildings are higher than that now. But in this time, nothing was that size. Nothing was 25 feet high. Like, it just wasn't at the time of the flood. I don't know if the pyramids were around then. They may have been, but they would have also been flooded all the way to the top. So, yeah, that's just an amazing amount of water. And like I said, I didn't know what a 15 cubic meters was. And I was like, well, if I don't know it, maybe other people don't know it. So I just figured I'd share it with you guys. Like, comment, and share.
You cannot,
God either.
Exactly. You cannot measure good, right?
You can't measure God. It could exist eternally, just like it could just be God. It could just be God. It could not be just God. It could just be the existence of good and evil that just exists in the world. But given a tri-omni God who's all-powerful and all-caring, why evil and suffering exists, right, doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, good. You hang with me and we'll go.
He's as powerful and caring as he says.
In order to understand goodness, there has to be a mind. This tree has no understanding of good. This cement has no understanding of good. Good can't just exist, because goodness requires definition, and it's an intangible value that you can't measure. You can't grab goodness, which means you got to have a mind involved in defining what is good.
If we're going by that definition, then what is defining God?
Okay,
What created God?
We'll get to that.
All the arguments you could give for God could also go for good, just in a general concept. It could just exist eternally at a time, unmeasurable.
No, sir. That's not fair. If God exists, God doesn't depend on anybody. If goodness as an intangible value exists, it depends on a mind.
God could also be an intangible.
Obvious. Right.
It could, it's like coming from a different viewpoint, outside of trying to see where, the reasoning for things. You could say that it could be what we define as God, like societally, could just be the existence of that's good in the same context of eternal and timeless and all that. Like,
If there is no God, goodness is not eternal, because goodness demands a mind to define it. Which means,
then in giving that same argument, then what mind defines God? There would be something above him if something has to make him or define him. Or
no, God can be an eternal being without beginning, without end.
I don't think you see my point, because just goodness could be the same thing.
You're not listening, sir.
You're giving goodness a different definition.
No, sir, you're not listening to me, and I don't appreciate it. I told you flat out, and I think you're smart enough to get this point. Goodness demands some mind to define it. The tree, the cement, has no ability to understand goodness. You've got to have a mind. Do you see that, or do you disagree with me?
I think we're coming to different definitions of good, because then, like, there's outside of that, even your definition of good, still, why is he
Forget my definition of good. Your definition of good.
I'm saying, given yours, why does evil and suffering exist?
All right, we'll get. All right,
You're
fine.
rating that
Move on to that, okay? Sir, I got a real problem with your thinking. All right, I don't think you're being honest with yourself. That's not fair. You know very well that I cornered you totally, intellectually. You know very well that you cannot have goodness without some type of mind to create and define it. It's impossible. This does not define goodness. That does not define goodness. And that camera does not define goodness. And your glasses do not define goodness. Neither does your shirt, your pants, or your sneakers. You've got to have a mind to define goodness. Sorry, you have no option intellectually. This has nothing to do with God. It has nothing to do with Jesus. It has to do with simply thinking fairly. All right, moving on to the next. Okay, but your point is, okay, but if this good God exists, why is there evil and suffering? It's real simple, sir. If all-powerful God chooses to partially limit his power by giving you a free will, by giving me a free will, then if I go up to her, slap her in the face, and say, God made me do it, what am I? A liar, a total liar. God gave me a hand for a purpose, to respect this woman, to love this woman. But because I have a free will, I don't have to respect her, I don't have to love her, I can steal her backpack, I can smack her around, I can abuse her. And if anybody says, God made me do it, they are a liar, flat out. So, why does evil exist? Evil exists because God limited his power, he's all powerful, he limited his power by choosing to give her a free will, me a free will, all of us a free will. Does that make any sense?
It kind of answers it for humanity. Suffering also exists just in the animals.
Good.
Why does a zebra deserve to get his throat crushed to death by a lion? Like, how caring or just, like, coming from a Christian standpoint, we have sinned as humans coming from the Christian standpoint, so we are, we have free will and we can make mistakes and all that.
Yeah.
But
animals are made, they're put here for us to eat. It's literally the reason they're here.
Why have animals just, not have their perfect little ecosystem where nothing has to suffer and only humans suffer?
Very good. Now we're thinking, all right? So, Genesis chapters 1 and 2. God creates a good world. God created this and God saw that it was good. God created that and God saw that it was good. God created this and God sees it's good. So when God created, he did a good job. No evil. But Genesis chapter 3 records how human beings rebel against God. And one of the consequences of human beings telling God, get lost, get out of here, is God honors our free will, takes a step back from planet Earth, and nature unravels. And so you're absolutely correct, sir. Animals suffer. I have suffered. We all will suffer. Not because God is sicking us, but because God created a world with free will, people with free will. We chose him to tell him to get out. When he gets out, so chaos fills the gap. Genetic death occur.
Because humans decided to reject God, God punished the animals.
One of the
It seems uncaring and unjust.
No.
Given a try on the God.
No, it's an issue of consequence. Who put Texas State together? Did they do it last summer?
Well, the consequence should go to the humans that did it. You don't punish someone else for somebody else's misdoing.
That would be a nice way for things to happen. But unfortunately, because I have free will, if you're a husband and I smack you around, it might affect how you treat your wife when you go home tonight. It might affect how you treat your kids when you go home tonight. You see, for me to think that, well, I've got free will and it's just me and it's just you, and there are no consequences to the way I exercise my free will, it's a lie. Total lie.
Well, how I would interact with animals is one thing, but how animals should interact with each other. Why suffering exists between animals, not from humans to animals.
Animals are here for us to eat.
Between animals, suffering exists. Why are they being punished through suffering between themselves
Not
if
being
they
punished.
didn't do anything wrong?
Correct. You're absolutely correct. They didn't do anything wrong. Same way, little babies that I have to bury didn't do anything wrong. But they're born into an unfair world where birth defects occur, and so babies die. Not because they've done something wrong. They have not done anything wrong. But they are born into an unfair, unjust, messed up world. Thanks for raising this. Yes, ma'am.
They're also born with original sin, though. Which
What does that mean? My good Catholic friend, what does that mean?
it means as a consequence of, correct me if I'm wrong, but as a consequence of Adam and Eve eating the apple, all the following children would be born with this original sin that would have been an effect of mankind previously, correct?
Okay, maybe.
And at least also the way I was brought up was
Yes.
that if you were not baptized or had your original sin reversed, you
Yeah.
would not be able to make it to heaven.
Yeah, I
So
totally
isn't
disagree with
that-
that. I don't think there's any biblical basis for that.
Wouldn't like original sin be a spiritual birth defect?
Good. Ooh, now I think we're onto something here. Okay, so what on earth is original sin? Original sin is simply this. I am born with a readiness to sin factor. Doesn't mean that everything I do is evil. My atheist friends do a lot of good. They've got a conscience. But all of us have sinned. Every atheist, every agnostic, every Christian, Jew, Buddhist, we all have sinned. Part of the reason we have sinned is because we're born with a readiness to sin factor. Let me give you an example. When I was 4 years old, I was in the sandbox playing, and my friend had the audacity to hurt me. So very naturally, I took them up the metal truck, and I said, really? Bam. Never seen that behavior model before, but I very naturally took up the metal truck, slammed it on my playmate's head, and it wasn't pretty. I'm a sinner. That's my son over there, walking this way. He used to sit on a baby chair. I would put a glass of grape juice in front of him, and I would say, Stuart, do not knock this glass of grape juice off this tray. And with a smile from this ear to this ear, he would backhand that glass of grape juice off the tray. He was born a sinner, same way as old man, me, was born a sinner. And what does that mean? It means we have a readiness to sin factor. But we cannot blame our sinful nature for what we do, because we still have a free will. So if I slap her, and you say, wait a second, what'd you just do to her? Why'd you do it? And I say, because of my sinful nature. That's a cop-out. Because I still have a will. And here's the challenge. The challenge for me is to overcome my sinful nature with my will and make responsible decisions. And that's why the whole line of thinking at Texas State University, which is, I was born with this desire, therefore it's good, is a crock.
Well, can I ask you then, do you believe that babies are born with an understanding of good versus evil, or do you believe that it was taught by human nature?
Good, very good question. I'll answer this and then Stuart, you answer it. I am convinced that my little granddaughter, who is 6 months old, his daughter, has no understanding of what good and evil are. But I am convinced that when she comes of age, and I think for different people that's different, she will develop her own understanding of good and evil. Will that understanding be heavily influenced by her environment? Yes, ma'am. will her understanding of good and evil be limited by her environment? No. Once again, smack. Sorry you're getting hit so many times today. You ask me, Cliff, why'd you do it? And I say to you, because I grew up in an environment that taught me that women who wear this color sweatshirt deserve to be smacked. It doesn't cut it. Because although my environment taught me that, I still have a conscience, a rational mind, and I am responsible before God to exercise that and to contradict my culture, to contradict my environment when I begin to realize my environment is wrong. Let me give you one quick example.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I played major college basketball. I was the worst guy on the team. I had good seats for every game. But I can promise you, almost, not everybody, but almost every guy who I played college basketball with had a very clear understanding of what human sexuality was all about. It was all about getting as many good-looking women into bed with them as they could. And so I had to exercise my conscience and my rational thinking. I had to ask, is that why God gave me my sexuality? To have sex with as many good-looking women as I can. And was it tempting to follow their example? I mean, that's the environment. I mean, shoot, we flew on a jet to different, played against UCLA, St. John's, NC State, Wake Forest. I mean, we were high flying. Okay, and so we all knew what we did at night. All right? So I had to make a decision. Is that the right way to live? Is that the right way to treat women? Is that the right way to express my sexuality? Or has God created my sexuality for a different reason? So I had to contradict my culture. And guess what? I've learned to respect people who contradict their culture and don't support racism. I work with some skinheads. And those skinheads grew up in a culture that said white superiority is clear. But there's some skinheads who said, no, it's wrong, and I'm not going to follow my culture. That's how I think through that issue. All right, Stuart, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I would just add to that, because we've talked so much about kind of the moral, ethic side of things, it's important, again, to remember that the Christian faith is not about just be a good person, somehow you'll get into heaven. Just be a good person. I'm a good person, so I'm in. No. To your question, many babies are born into, whether it's a crack baby or whether it's a baby born into a very religious home or a Christian, an Amish baby, let's just say. They're typically born into homes that are very tender, loving, as long as they don't leave, right, and they get excommunicated. Tender, loving, they get taught ethics. See, when you become a Christian, cynical, pharisaical, judgmental Christians will say, oh, well, you should be, say, 9 out of 10 on the ethic standard run in terms of you should be a great person. But no, Christ doesn't understand that the baby born into an Amish family versus the baby born into a crackpot family, this baby, when they come to know God from a very young age,
What's up, guys? So I got to the word down there that's ass-wagged. Ass-wagged. And I was like, I never heard of that word before. I was like, what in the heck does that word mean? I'm going to read it, what it says here, and then I'll show you something. And God remembered Noah and every living thing and all the cattle that was within him in the ark, and God made a wind to pass over the earth in the waters as wagged. And I was like, what in the heck is that word? You're going to find out here in a second that it is definitely misspelled in my Bible. What does as wagged in the Bible mean? I think I have the answer. And if you see it right here, it's ASSUAGED. It's not a W. So they misspelled it in the Bible. Is a verb that means to calm or smooth something or someone. In a biblical context, you might find words or phrases that convey a similar meaning. However, if you're thinking of a specific verse with the words ASSUAGED instead of W, it might be Genesis 8:1, and that's where this verse is from. Right here, look, 8:1. It's written that God made a wind pass over the earth, and the waters ASSUAGED or decreased, which went down. This would depend on the translation you're using. Could that be what you're thinking of? So I put yes, so it's spelled wrong in my Bible. I see, thanks. And this is what the AI said about that. Bible translations can sometimes have a slight variation in wording or spelling due to difference in translation styles or updates in language. If you're using specific versions, it might be helpful to cross-reference with other translations to see if the wording clarifies things. Either way, the meaning behind the verse is what's most important, and it seems like ASSUAGD is the context refers to the calming or decreasing of the floodwaters. So, yes, it may be spelled right by how this Bible read it, but I'd almost go with it spelled wrong, and they just didn't catch it. It's a U instead of a W. But if I have this in my Bible, other people might see this word and not understand what it is, or may come to the same conclusion as me, it's spelled wrong. Like, I didn't know it was spelled wrong. I didn't even know what it meant at all. But now I know what it means, and I know how it's supposed to be spelled. So hopefully this helps you guys out if you get to that part. If I find more stuff, I will let you guys know. Like, comment, and share.
Age, they're going to be higher ethically in terms of how they live than this one, who is, say, probably ethically living a pretty messed up life, at least at first, and yet they both have eternal life because they've accepted Christ. It's not like somehow this one is going to be higher in heaven, like there's levels, than this one.
But then why give original sin to something that doesn't even have a working conscience?
I'm glad I heard you say give original sin one more time, because I said that earlier. Because God doesn't give original sin. See, I debated an atheist on YouTube not too long ago. He's a comedian. And that's what he kept pushing me on. Out of the book of Isaiah, briefly talks about how God creates evil. But if you look at the interpretation, what it means is God judges different people groups when they have done tremendous evil. So just like that passage with original sin, God doesn't give us original sin. He gives us free will, just like with Satan, to decide whether to worship him, to love him, to have a loving relationship with him, or to just go our own way, to live for ourselves, to live any old way we want. And then that, based off of Genesis 3 and what happened in the garden with Adam and Eve, what they decided that we're going to flip you off, we could care less about you. Then they lived their own kind of way, and original sin started. But to your point, absolutely, we're born into a messed up world, so we do have a readiness to sin factor, I believe you said that, from the earliest of ages. But babies will also be in heaven, because when David's baby dies, his wife was Bathsheba, he says, I will go to you, you will not come to me. So babies will be in heaven, based off of the question earlier on suffering. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Thank you so much for raising that. Yes, sir.
So I believe in God, and I turned Christian, and I know it's only because I'm American, and obviously the main religion in America is Christian.
Yeah.
So that's why I lean towards Christian. But I have a question. So
not a good reason to lean towards Christian, okay? I appreciate your honesty and your ability to analyze yourself.
Yeah.
Please do not believe in Jesus Christ because you grew up in America. Not a good reason.
No. I believe in God.
Good.
And I didn't before.
Right.
But I'm still stuck on this whole Jesus thing.
Yeah.
Because if he's sinless, like, yes. Is there a possibility that there will be another person born that's sinless? Or is Jesus the only one?
Jesus is the only one that I know of so far who's been born sinless.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's highly unlikely
that someone will be born sinless?
I guess my main question is, I can believe in God because I know I can't see him factually, but I have a belief in him.
Yes.
But I don't know if I can believe in Jesus because he was on earth.
Yes.
And not everybody was there to prove whether he was sinless or not. Like, he wasn't surrounded by people.
Good point. Very good point. Maybe Jesus did at some point. But I have to follow the evidence. And the evidence is the Apostle John lived closely with Christ for 3 years. And in 1 John, John writes, in him is no sin. So you're right. John didn't live with Jesus intimately for 33 years. Just for 3 years. But I can promise you, if a dude lives with Jesus for 3 years and can honestly say, I've never seen the guy sin, it's pretty impressive. Then in John chapter 8, Jesus looked at the face of his enemies. I can promise you my enemies can point out many times that I have sinned.
Tacitus, Pliny the Younger, Josephus, many of these external sources, even internal sources of the Gospels, talk about not so much Jesus. Jesus was talked about in a way where he was a magician, Josephus talked about. He was more like his followers. Talk about the sinless. But they were known for a few things. One, against infanticide. They were pulling babies off garbage heaps. Two, egalitarianism. They treated everybody equally. Three, they were made up mainly of slaves who were coming into the church. Fourth, they were non-retaliatory. They were known in a very weird kind of way to actually not get revenge on other people groups, which was huge during that day. So I'd look at Christians, the evidence for Christ.
Okay, now I like you a lot. So you're being honest, so keep going.
Yeah, so maybe this is just like the belief part, but I have a hard time believing that part. Like I can believe in God because I know I can never see it. We can never see God. Well, we can never see him like visually.
You like to believe in God? Because you can't see him?
No. I mean, I couldn't get too deep into it, but it would take a long time. But I'm saying, like, just reading the book and believing that there was a human that did that, I have a hard time believing that. Like, a really hard time.
Okay, but I'm pleading with you. You've got a good mind, sir. You articulate and think well. Now remember, you can't believe in God simply because you believe in God. You believe in God because there's evidence. A lot of it's common sense.
Well, my evidence is that there is an objective truth.
Good.
And from that, there is a good.
All right.
But I don't see Jesus and all that. I don't see the equation of that.
Okay, remember, we're starting off then with defining faith. You don't believe in God simply because you believe. You believe in God because there's evidence that God exists, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Now just do the same thing with Jesus. Read the Gospels, and yes, it's going to be different. The evidence that God exists is not historical. It's philosophical.
Right.
You see order and design, points to a designer. You see a moral absolute, an objective moral, points to a moral lawgiver. You've got your evidence. Now, when it comes to Jesus, it's not going to be philosophical. Why? Because he claimed to be God in human form. I like that, because that means we can historically analyze Christ, which is why Paul writes in 1 Corinthians 15, if Jesus Christ is not risen from the dead, we're idiots for believing in him. Because the veracity, the truthfulness of Christ is based on his claim, I'm going to die and rise from the dead. Ooh, that was a big mistake, Jesus. That's a mistake. You gave us a way to verify you or falsify you. If you don't rise from the dead, you, Jesus, are a liar. But if you did rise from the dead, you, Jesus, are the truth.
Amazing. That's awesome. He gives you definitely a better understanding of what it is you're trying to understand. This is freaking awesome. Ooh, this is a good one.
We live in an age where confusion is often dressed up as conviction and half-truths are paraded as holiness. One of the most misunderstood topics among believers today is the issue of eating pork. Some say it is a sin, others say it's permitted, but the real question we must ask is this: what does Jesus actually say? In the Old Testament, dietary laws were a part of the Mosaic covenant given specifically to the nation of Israel. These laws served several purposes. They distinguished Israel from surrounding pagan nations. They promoted ceremonial cleanness in worship, and they were a constant reminder of God's holiness and the call to be set apart. Leviticus 11 is the primary chapter outlining these dietary restrictions where animals are categorized as clean or unclean. Pigs, for example, were labeled unclean because they do not chew the cud even though they have split hooves. Therefore, under the Mosaic law, the consumption of pork was prohibited. However, it is crucial to understand that these dietary regulations were part of the Old Covenant, the covenant that was fulfilled and superseded by the New Covenant through Jesus Christ. When Jesus came, he did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Matthew 5. The ceremonial aspects of the law, including dietary restrictions, found their fulfillment in Christ. In fact, the New Testament makes it clear that these specific dietary rules were not binding on the New Testament church. In Acts 10, Peter receives a...
Oh, wow. So here's something now. No, I don't remember you. Sorry. Okay. If we only talked for a few minutes, I probably wouldn't remember you because I talk to a lot of people every day.
Vision from God that directly challenges the old dietary restrictions. A sheet comes down from heaven containing all kinds of animals, including those previously considered unclean. God tells Peter, what God has made clean, do not call common. Acts 10. Though this vision was primarily about welcoming Gentiles into the body of Christ, it also affirmed the lifting of dietary restrictions. Peter's initial resistance was rooted in the old covenant understanding, but God corrected his perspective to align with the new covenant reality. The Apostle Paul also reinforces this truth in several of his letters. In Romans 14:14, Paul writes, I know and am persuaded in the Lord Jesus that nothing is unclean in itself. In 1 Timothy 4:3-5, Paul warns against those who forbid certain foods, stating that everything created by God is good, and nothing is to be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving. These passages make it clear that the early church did not impose Old Testament dietary laws upon Gentile believers. Moreover, dietary practices were never the true measure of holiness. Jesus himself taught in Mark 7:18-19 that whatever goes into a person from outside cannot defile him. Thus he declared all foods clean. Christ shifted the focus.
There you go. Like I didn't know that. Like I needed to hear it. Yeah. Pigs and bacon and all that stuff that we love is not against God. Like you can eat that. It was in a way during the Old Testament. It is not at all in the New Testament.
Focus from external ritual to internal purity. The issue was no longer about what went into the mouth, but what came out of the heart. Therefore, while dietary laws were once a sign of obedience and separation under the old covenant, they no longer bind the believer under the new covenant in Christ. Christians are not called to follow the Mosaic dietary code to be holy. Rather, they are called to follow Christ in spirit and truth. What matters is not what's on your plate, but what's in your heart. The gospel of Jesus frees us from the shadow and brings us into the substance, Christ himself. In Mark 7:18-19, Jesus makes a profound statement that challenges the traditional understanding of ritual purity held by the Jewish religious leaders. The context of this passage is essential. The Pharisees and scribes had criticized Jesus' disciples for eating with unclean hands, referring to their failure to follow the ceremonial washing rituals. Jesus responded by confronting the real source of defilement, not external actions, but the condition of the heart. He says, "Are you so dull? Don't you see that nothing that enters a person from the outside can defile them? For it doesn't go into their heart, but into their stomach, and then out of the body." The text then adds, in saying this, "Are you so by the Jewish religious leaders?" The context of this passage is essential. Called to follow Christ in spirit and truth. Believer under the new covenant in Christ. Christians are not called to follow the Mosaic dietary code to be holy. Rather, they are called to follow Christ in spirit and truth. What matters is not what's on your plate, but what's in your heart. The gospel of Jesus frees us from the shadow and brings us into the substance, Christ himself. In Mark
7:18.
7, 18, 19, Jesus makes a profound statement that challenges the traditional understanding of ritual purity held by the Jewish religious leaders. The context of this passage is essential. The Pharisees and scribes had criticized Jesus' disciples for eating with unclean hands, referring to their failure to follow the ceremonial washing rituals. Jesus responded by confronting the real source of defilement, not external actions, but the condition of the heart. He says, "Are you so dull? Don't you see that nothing that enters a person from the outside can defile them? For it doesn't go into their heart, but into their stomach, and then out of the body." The text then adds, in saying this, Jesus declared all foods clean. Mark 7, 18, 9. This is not merely a passing comment. It is a radical declaration. A person from the outside can defile them, for it doesn't go into their heart, but into their stomach, and then out of the body. The text then adds, in saying this, Jesus declared all foods clean. Mark 7, 18, 9.
Mark 7. I can get Mark 7, 18, 9.
This is not merely a passing comment. It is a radical declaration. Jesus is dismantling the old system of dietary laws as a requirement for purity. Under the law.
What's up, Noah? I'm going to make a video, so it's going to be a second. How's your night going? What are you doing, phone? What's up, guys? So I had to go look this up because I had somebody, Dustin, I think, from my YouTube channel, asked me this yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And I was like, you know what? I want to be 100% right about what I'm saying. So I need to go look it up and figure it out if I'm right or wrong. So throughout my whole life, I've been told that we as people, according to God's word, are not supposed to eat pigs or hoofed animals because they were dirty. They were not something we were, like, pigs are not something we're supposed to eat. But I had to look it up and understand where that come from, and my understanding is wrong. So in the Old Testament, they had a dietary that they didn't eat hooved animals, which would be pigs. I don't know what other animals it would be, but any hooved animals were considered dirty animals, and they did not eat them. But That is not the case in the New Testament, which is what we're all supposed to follow now. What changed in the New Testament is the word that we're supposed to follow now. The Old Testament tells us the stories that led to the New Testament. So it says, are ye so without understanding also? Do ye not perceive that whatsoever things from without entrance into the man, it cannot defile him, because it enters not into his heart, but into his belly, and goeth unto his drought. But I think that what the ending means is he poops, pees. The person poops and pees. I mean, I know that's a disgusting way to look at it, but that is what is being said there. And it's basically saying that you can eat anything because, well, don't eat any poison, but you get what I mean. You can eat any food that has been put here because God said you could. Or Jesus and God said you could. It changed in the New Testament where it didn't change in the Old Testament. And a lot of people will go with the Old Testament and just say, well, that's how it should be. No. The New Testament, or the Old Testament, was the understanding at that time. The New Testament is the understanding at this time. And it does not say you cannot eat pigs here. It does not say that. You literally can read it. This is Mark 7, 18, and 19, if you guys want to go read it yourself in your own Bible. But, yeah, kind of an interesting thing, because all my life I've been told you're not supposed to eat pigs. I've ate them all my life, but you're not supposed to. I've been told that multiple times throughout my whole life, and it's just not true. Like, yes, it was true in the Old Testament, but it's not true in the New Testament, which you can see clearly right here in this video. Like, I got the verse up there for you guys to see. Like I said, it's Mark 7, 18, and 19 if you want to go check it out in your own Bible. Like, comment, and share, guys. We're going to see you. Like, comment, and share, and we'll see you out in the next video. Peace. Like, that's pretty interesting. I'm going to have to mark that. 17 and 18. Really, Vaughn?
Of Moses, certain foods were labeled unclean, and eating them rendered one ceremonially defiled. This was a tangible way for Israel to remember God's holiness and their set-apart status. However, these external laws were shadows pointing to something greater, internal transformation through Christ. By stating that what enters a man cannot defile him, Jesus draws a stark contrast between the external observance of the law and the inward reality of sin. He is not promoting lawlessness, he is revealing the deeper meaning of purity. Defilement, he teaches, comes from within. Out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, immorality, pride, deceit, and other sins. Mark 7:21-23. In doing so, he shifts the focus from ritual compliance to moral and spiritual condition. The gospel writer, under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, explicitly interprets Jesus' words by stating, "Thus he declared all foods clean." This phrase shows that Jesus' teachings were not just personal opinions or reinterpretations, they were authoritative, covenant-shaping revelations. Jesus was unveiling the new covenant reality in which ceremonial food laws were no longer binding. He was preparing the hearts of his followers to understand that true holiness is not measured by diet, but by the state of one's heart and relationship with God. This teaching also had major implications for the early church.
It's kind of cool to understand that, because I always thought all my life that eating a pig by the Bible is wrong because it was a hooved animal. But that was the Old Testament that was wrong. New Testament, that changed, and it wasn't wrong. So it's kind of cool to find that out. Like, I'm finding out so much by reading the Bible that, and listening to people talk about it, I'm finding out so much that I had no clue about. Like, literally had no clue about. It's kind of an amazing story that has so many hidden parts in it that you got to figure out. It's kind of amazing.
As the gospel spread to Gentiles, questions arose about whether converts needed to follow Jewish dietary restrictions. Jesus' declaration in Mark 7 became foundational for the apostles, particularly Peter's vision in Acts 10, where God tells him not to call unclean what he has made clean. It confirmed that the gospel was not bound by the old covenant shadows, but was fulfilled in Christ, who purifies from the inside out. Ultimately, Mark 7:18-19 stands as a clear and powerful affirmation that the ceremonial distinctions of the Mosaic law were fulfilled and set aside in Christ. Jesus, the Holy One, did not lower the standard. He raised it, turning our attention from the outward to the inward, from what goes into the mouth to what comes out of the heart. Understanding the difference between the moral law and the ceremonial law is critical for interpreting Scripture rightly, especially when discussing matters like dietary restrictions. The moral law refers to God's eternal commands regarding what is right and wrong, principles that reflect His holy character. This includes commandments like do not murder, do not steal, and do not commit adultery. These laws are universal, timeless, and rooted in God's nature. They apply to all people in all cultures at all times and are summarized in the Ten Commandments. In contrast, the ceremonial law was given specifically to the nation of Israel under the Old Covenant. These laws governed religious rituals, sacrifices, festivals, priesthood regulations, and dietary restrictions. Their purpose was to set Israel apart as a holy nation, distinguish them from pagan nations, and point forward to the coming of the Messiah. They were never intended to be permanent moral standards for all people, but rather temporary shadows that would be fulfilled in Christ. For example, laws about clean and unclean animals were part of the ceremonial system. Leviticus 11, they had symbolic meaning, teaching Israel about holiness, separation, and obedience. But these ceremonial laws were never about the food itself being morally. Pork was not sinful because of its nature, but because God designated it as unclean for Israel as part of their covenant identity. The New Testament makes a clear distinction between the moral law, which remains binding, and the ceremonial law, which has been fulfilled in Christ. Colossians 2:16-17 says, "Let no one judge you in food or drink, or regarding a festival or new moon or Sabbaths, which are a shadow of things to come, but the substance is of Christ." The ceremonial laws were shadows, temporary pictures that found their fulfillment in Jesus. Once He came, shadows were no longer needed. This distinction is essential to understanding why Christians are not bound to Old Testament food laws. The moral law still convicts and guides the believer because it reflects God's eternal holiness. But the ceremonial laws, including dietary restrictions, pointed to Christ and were fulfilled in His life, death, and resurrection. Hebrews 10:1 tells us the law is only a shadow of the good things that are coming, not the realities themselves. Ceremonial laws were symbolic and preparatory, not moral absolutes. To insist on their continued observance today is to misunderstand their purpose and to undermine the sufficiency of Christ's finished work. Therefore, Christians are not being rebellious or disobedient to God by eating pork or other foods once considered unclean under the Mosaic law. They are walking in the freedom Christ purchased, recognizing that true holiness is now defined by love, faith, and obedience to the moral teachings of Christ, not external regulations that pointed to a Savior who has already come. The Apostle Paul, writing under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, makes a profound statement in Galatians 3:24. "Wherefore the law was our schoolmaster to bring us unto Christ, that we might be justified by faith." This verse is essential in understanding the overall purpose of the Old Testament law, including dietary laws, ceremonial regulations, and sacrificial systems.
Okay, my computer is not working right.
These laws were never meant to be the end goal. They were designed to lead God's people to recognize their need for a Savior, Jesus Christ. The term schoolmaster or tutor in some translations is key here. In ancient Greco-Roman culture, a schoolmaster was not the teacher, but rather a guardian responsible for leading a child safely to the place of learning and ensuring they adhered to rules until maturity. In the same way, the law was given to guide, discipline, and prepare Israel for the coming of the Messiah. It revealed God's holiness and exposed human sinfulness. Romans 3:20 affirms, "Through the law comes knowledge of sin." Without the law, mankind would not have fully understood the depth of their rebellion against the holy God. This includes Not only the moral law, which reflects God's righteous standards, but also the ceremonial law, those detailed regulations about sacrifices, purification, festivals, and dietary restrictions. Every time an Israelite avoided an unclean animal or brought a spotless lamb for sacrifice, they were engaging in a symbolic lesson. These rituals reminded them that sin separates them from God and that atonement was needed. But none of these laws could save anyone. Hebrews 10:4 clearly says, "For it is not possible that the blood of bulls and goats should take away sins." Rather, these laws pointed beyond themselves. The clean and unclean distinctions, the daily sacrifices, the observance of festivals like Passover and the Day of Atonement, all were shadows pointing to the reality found in Christ. When Jesus came, he didn't abolish the law, he fulfilled it. Matthew 5:17, that means he brought it to its intended completion. He is the true Passover lamb. 1 Corinthians 5:7, he is our righteousness. He is the one who purifies not merely the body, but the heart. Once Christ came and offered himself as the perfect sacrifice, the need for those ceremonial observances ceased. That includes the dietary restrictions that were part of Israel's ceremonial code. They served their purpose to illustrate the separation between the holy and the profane, to train the people in obedience, and to foreshadow spiritual purity in Christ. But now that the substance has come, the shadow has passed. Galatians 3:25 continues, but after that faith has come, we are no longer under a schoolmaster. We are no longer under the law in the same way, because we have entered into the fullness of what the law pointed to, salvation by grace through faith in Jesus Christ. Christians today walk not under the tutor, but with the teacher himself, Christ in us, the hope of glory. In Acts 10, we encounter a pivotal moment in redemptive history, God revealing to Peter through a vision that the gospel is for both Jews and Gentiles, and that the old ceremonial distinctions, including dietary laws, no longer apply in Christ. This moment is not only significant for church history, but also for understanding the freedom believers now have under the new covenant. Peter, a devout Jew, is praying on a rooftop in Joppa when he sees a vision of a great sheep descending from heaven, filled with all kinds of animals, both clean and unclean, according to Jewish dietary law. A voice from heaven commands him, "Rise, Peter, kill and eat." Peter, shocked, replies, "Not so, Lord, for I have never eaten anything that is common or unclean." Day 14. But the voice responds, "What God has cleansed, that call not thou common." Day 15. This happens 3 times before the vision ends. At first glance, this seems like a message solely about food. But as the chapter progresses, it becomes clear that God is using food as a metaphor to communicate something far deeper. Immediately after the vision, Peter is summoned by messengers from Cornelius, a Roman centurion and a Gentile who fears God and seeks truth. Peter, prompted by the Spirit, goes with them and enters Cornelius' house, something a Jew would never do under the old law. Then Peter declares something radical. "God hath showed me that I should not call any man common or unclean." Here lies the key. The vision wasn't merely about food, it was about people. For centuries, Israel had been called to remain separate from the nations, not because Gentiles were inherently evil, but because Israel was set apart to preserve the promise of the Messiah. The dietary laws were part of that distinction. But now that the Messiah had come, those barriers were being removed. The gospel was for all nations. This event marks the official opening of the church to Gentiles. As Peter preaches the gospel to Cornelius and his household, the Holy Spirit falls on them just as he had on the Jewish believers at Pentecost. Peter is amazed and says, "Can any man forbid water that these should not be baptized, which have received the Holy Ghost?" Ghost as well as we. This confirms that Gentiles are fully included in the new covenant family, not by becoming Jewish or adopting the Mosaic law, but by faith in Christ alone. The vision and its fulfillment demonstrate that the ceremonial laws, including dietary restrictions, were temporary shadows pointing to a greater reality. In Christ, those distinctions are abolished. As Ephesians 2:14-15 says, Christ has broken down the middle wall of partition and abolished the law of commandments contained in ordinances to make one new man from both Jew and Gentile. Peter's vision, therefore, is a divine declaration. The gospel is for all. The barriers are removed in Christ. Nothing and no one is unclean who has been cleansed by God. In Colossians 2:16-17, the Apostle Paul confronts two dangerous distortions of Christian freedom: legalism and licentiousness. He writes, "Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of a holy day or of the new moon or of the Sabbath days, which are a shadow of things to come, but the body is of Christ." This statement captures the heart of the gospel's liberating power: freedom from the law's ceremonial requirements and man-made regulations, but not freedom to live without restraint or accountability. Legalism is the belief that human effort, rule-keeping, or rituals can make one righteous before God. In Paul's day, certain groups, especially Judaizers, insisted that even Gentile believers must adhere to aspects of the Mosaic law, dietary laws, Sabbath observance, and religious festivals to be
He's kind
fully
of repeating
accepted.
himself.
Paul refutes this
Okay.
by declaring that these observances were mere shadows pointing to the reality found in Christ.
He's kind of repeating himself, so we'll go on to something else. See what we can find.
I believe that there are people out there who may wish to destroy you, people who may tell you that the way you believe things are different from the way we believe things, and thus that makes you the outlier, someone who must be scorned.
You gotta be
someone
kidding
who must
me.
be pushed away.
You have a free will to believe whatever you want to believe. I have a free will to believe whatever I want to believe.
Thus I alone will spread the word of El Ira, and I will tell you, we must be cunning and full of tricks, and our people will never die. Digger, runner, hunter. There are people out there.
What's the evidence that you will never die?
I know prayer can be used for a lot of things.
Yeah.
And the only reason I use prayer is to thank God. I don't ever use it to ask him anything. And I know a lot of people do, so I wanted to ask you, why is it okay to, I guess, ask God for something? If God is all knowing, God is all loving, why should I ask him to take away a problem? Or why should I ask him to give me something? Or, hey, God, I really need this. I really need this opportunity. Or, hey, God, I'm having struggles with this. Take it away from me. Why can't God just take it? I guess, what is the purpose of me asking in prayer? Instead, because like I said, the only reason I pray is just to thank God.
Okay. Prayer is not the way you get stuff. Prayer is the way you get God. And the purpose of life, according to Christ, is to know God, to know Christ. That's the bottom line. Oh, Lord, please give me an A on an exam that I've not studied for. That's going after the stuff. In prayer, the primary purpose is not to get the stuff. The primary purpose is to get God. In other words, prayer is not an exercise in getting things, stuff. Prayer is an experiment in intimacy, in getting to know Christ, in getting to know God. That's the point of prayer.
If he's not knowing and if he's not loving and he sees me depressed, why can't he just take the depression? Why do I need to ask for it? Why do I need to pray for it? And maybe that's not the point of prayer. And I guess what I'm asking then is, what is the point of prayer?
The point of prayer is to know God better. The point of prayer then is to allow God to lead you through life. The point of prayer is to grow in wisdom so that you know how to handle the circumstances of life, the challenges, people that you will encounter in life. That's the point of prayer. It's to develop this relationship that then begins to affect every area of your life.
To already build on the
relationship or intimacy you have with God. Would that be fair to say? Yes, that's correct. The intimacy that you have with God is crucial. Jesus says in John 17:3, "This is eternal life, that men might know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you've sent." That's eternal life, to know Christ. Now, the great news is that when you die, if you put your faith in Christ, your soul goes into the presence of Christ, and then when he returns a second time, he will raise your body to life, and you'll spend eternity with him in heaven.
In the Bible, Judas betrays Jesus, and Jesus told him beforehand that he would. You know? And of course, we all have free will. Like, we know that we have free will here and now, but at least for Judas, it was predetermined, and he still made the choice to betray Jesus. And so, I wrestle with it sometimes, even though it's predetermined. Was he still free to make another decision if he wanted to? And with that decision, was he punished for it if it was already predetermined?
Predetermined in the sense of he was going to that cross. The Father and he both knew he was going to that cross. So for Judas, his hand was still in the dish up to the very end. And so what did that signify? That even then, Jesus was giving him the door wide open to say, I want to repent, I want to change. I'm not going to ultimately go through with even more evil steps to hang one of my closest friends on the cross. So there's that tough balance, you're exactly right, between free will, but God already knows what's going to occur. And even the bad things fulfill his great purposes. So that's why for a Christian, we never are to look at things like suffering and evil and just say, oh, isn't that horrible? Isn't that always terrible? A good God would have never allowed these kinds of things. No, we're to look at evil and terror and suffering at times and not be masochists, but say we can grow through these things. I mean, look at Paul, look at Job, look at David, look at even Esther in a way. People grew through their suffering and pain. People also grew into realizing their great potential or their great downfall when they didn't live out God's calling on their lives. But God clearly has a calling for your life and for my life that's outside of space and time that he only knows and we don't know. And so he's not going to will us in the sense of turning us into robots or puppets on a string for him to decide exactly what step we're going to take. He's going to give us free will, but he knows what we're going to do.
I don't know. It's like he knows what free choice you're going to make, I guess, if that's...
Oh, let me give you two more then. In Isaiah, you have King Hezekiah. He wants to live longer, and he's sick. And God says, all right, I'm going to grant 15 more years to your life, but you have to bandage your own wounds. So I'm not just going to fully heal you, and I'm just going to give you these years all by myself as the great healer. He said, no, I will heal you, add years to your life, but you have to get up off your duff and actually go about the proper medical practice to extend your life. Or Acts chapter 26, you have Paul with the great shipwreck, and God says, this ship will be saved, but you must keep the pagan sailors from not getting into the lifeboats and taking off. Or the implication is it will perish. So there's throughout the text, it's fascinating to your tough point. I can't fully get my mind around it either, and yet there's no contradiction. It just shows how does an omniscient, omnipotent God work with limited human beings who are not omniscient or omnipotent, that's for sure, in such a way where it's the combination of you have free will, but at the same time, God's sovereignty is very much still in control.
Maybe it's just something we can't understand. Something that's like...
Are you okay with that or not okay with that? Are you okay with mystery when it comes to God?
Yeah.
Or you're not okay with mystery?
I mean, I guess I have to be okay with it.
Yeah.
But...
Are you okay with mystery in the science lab?
No.
You're not okay with mystery in the science lab?
No. You do everything you can to avoid, X factor, the kind of random variables. You do everything you can to keep it controlled. But that doesn't mean that, even in like practical applications, certain experiments just flop. And it's like, for example, like in biology and things like that, like it just doesn't work when applied to like the living things versus in like test tubes. And so I guess it's nice to kind of try to like build your life in like a box where everything's predictable, but I guess it's not really like that.
Yeah, because there's constants that you have to operate off of, even in the science lab. Now, where do those constants come from? Now, do they just come by chance? Are they just somehow magically held together by chance by this universe? I have a tough time with that. I think there was a designer that actually designed and hold those constants together. I think that's much more likely, according to, I would even say, Occam's razor. I don't like when atheist scientists say, oh, science will figure out everything. I call that science of the gaps.
oh, science is just going to explain everything. We just don't know it right now. Okay, so you think science is going to explain our seeking after truth in English literature, in history, in consciousness, free will, in understanding how exactly love works. I mean, there are so many categories, it's scary that it's just science is supposedly going to be able to find truth in and be the ultimate arbiter of truth in all categories. That shows tremendous willful blindness of our age, sadly, of this generation. And in some ways, many people are fighting back against it, but in others, I mean, even the generation behind yours, it's just blindly stepping out. Oh, of course, science. Oh, of course, science. You can attain a lot of truth with science. You definitely will never be able to attain all metaphysical, philosophical truth, psychological, through science. So it's like the metaphysical, the things we can observe, constants, you know, like complex things that we can't, at least right now, observe at all. How do you avoid just saying, oh, well, that must be God then? Because you don't buy into the Greek pantheon. You don't buy into Zeus and all the other Greek gods. The lightning came down. Zeus must be angry with us. Where in the world do we get from Jesus Christ that the lightning is about to strike you, so God must be angry at you? Quite the opposite. The reason why science started, really, was because right out of this great old book, the Bible, it starts with, in the beginning. So all of a sudden we start to get an understanding that this universe had a beginning, which is what science took thousands of years to finally start to say, oh, actually, they got it right a couple thousand years ago, those theologians. And so there's nowhere in the Bible where you get a God of the gaps. See, people who don't understand the Judeo-Christian God, they'll straw man and they'll say, oh, obviously, just like the Greeks, just like all the other ancient religions, there's the God of the gaps where, you know, there must somehow have been this God who was angry with you. And that's why you're suffering. You know, shame and honor culture teaches that. And science will help that person figure out one day that, no, there's physical and mental breakdown in the body, and that's medical. It's not a God issue. Okay, well, nowhere in the Bible. That's why Galileo said that the Bible teaches us how to go to heaven, not how the heavens go. Because it's not talking about how do we figure out from a scientific perspective how things work. No, that's evolution, that's process. But the Bible is talking about something way greater, and that's meaning, purpose. Where did I come from? Why am I here? Where am I going? Salvation, what does that look like? And then if you're going to go all the way back to Genesis, it's origin, not process. Science is ultimately processed through evolution. But this is a philosophical question, not a scientific one, origin. This is the scientific one, which is process.
There was 500 people that saw Jesus after his resurrection. And like the only place you can find that is within the Gospels. I was wondering if like there's somewhere outside of that, or if, like we're just supposed to take the gospel for what it is. Does that make sense?
All right, great question. So it's supposed to be, so it's the disciples, the one who's abnormally born, Paul, and the 500. So it's more than 500. Oh, you're right. In those 500s, we don't get a specific name right there. But if you trace back to Simon of Cyrene, father of Alexander and Rufus, or you look at Luke chapter 24, one man is named, the other is not on the road to Emmaus. Or you look at the name Malchus, the one who Peter cut off his ear in the garden. These names are being highlighted to say, go check with them. And so Paul uses the exact same form of writing in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-8, which you're talking about, which is our earliest actual creed that we get, appealing to the evidence for what happened, where Paul is saying, all right, many have fallen asleep, which means died, go check with the living. So why he doesn't give more specific names other than the disciples himself, but why he doesn't start naming like we've got those names all elsewhere, because they're called footnotes. That's how nonfiction was written back then. Footnotes by saying Simon of Cyrene, but he's the father of Alexander and Rufus. So Simon and Cyrene, that's where he's from, Cyrene. So you may know him, but if not, you'll definitely know Alexander and Rufus because they're names. Otherwise, they would have just been his sons. Nobody would have known them. But it's Alexander and Rufus, so go check with them and ask them, did the resurrection occur? Who was this Jesus? So I love that. No other ancient manuscript we have such nice, detailed footnotes of. So that specific 500, there was implication of people knowing who they were already in the community. But Paul's saying, don't gullibly, blindly believe about this resurrection. Go check with them. Later on, Acts chapter 26, verse 26, I love that Paul says to King Agrippa, these events did not occur in a corner.
Meaning, this was not some type of little Branch Davidian, everybody come in here and drink the Jim Jones Kool-Aid and let's go to our death together in the most violent type of way imaginable. No, he's saying, King Agrippa, you got all the evidence you want. Talk to these 500. Talk to more beyond them. And yeah, you decide for yourself. But I love what he's saying there because it's showing that King Agrippa is looking barely at the evidence at best. Because Paul is challenging him, saying, he's not done in a corner. Go check it out. But he's probably not wanting to check it out. Because he's king. He's filled with pride and he wants his own tribe, obviously.
I've heard y'all talk about like the Gospels of Thomas and Gospel of Peter and how they're filled with like Gnosticism, and so that's why they're not considered like what we consider the Bible today. My question is though, like, two of the Gospels are not of disciples of Jesus, but these people are. So how do we know that like these two that are considered like part of the Bible more reliable than what Peter and Thomas and those Gospels include?
If you look into those Gospels, they were written later. Secondly, they're not written like Mark, where you have this happened, then this happened.
No matter what kind of work your team does,
written with incredible historical narrative type genre. Incredible. But if you look at the Gnostic Gospels, you're going to have a cross that's talking hundreds of feet up in the sky. You're going to have this tomb that had all these different elements of fantastical characters. It's not written as historical narrative. So you're exactly right. That's a good point that's made sometimes. Well, wait a second. Why weren't there other clear people who knew Christ? Why didn't they write these? I think that's a better point for the Christian faith. That's more reliability and credibility for it. Now, why? It's because the disciples, the authors themselves, the Christian community, were not going to say, hey, let's change this and make all four eyewitnesses. Instead, it was, no, we're not going to change this because Luke, despite not being a direct eyewitness, knew an eyewitness, and he was the one who followed Paul around closely, but he was a doctor. And he wrote to Theophilus, excellent Theophilus, so Theophilus is a great poet in the community, very wealthy. I'm appealing to you, not having made these things up, no cleverly invented stories. Don't take it from me. Look at the evidence yourself. All these appeals are amazing. So remained the women at the tomb. That again, the early Christian community could have totally swept that under the rug and said, hey, no longer look at it this way. It's the men who were there, so it's more credible. But they left it out this way, where and we don't know for a fact if Mark, Luke, and John wrote those gospels. Likely they did because there's no evidence to the contrary to that. And if you more than likely you have the name that was connected to it. So the issue there was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John on the earliest scroll. That's why they're named what they are. So any slightly quasi wise in his own eyes or her own eyes atheist who's going to say, oh, clearly you don't have the names for these gospels, so they can't be right. Well, we do have the names, but they weren't out front. And then secondly, what's your evidence that we don't have the names, right? Because they are there, but they're not exactly where you want them to be. And even if we got the names wrong, why would that ultimately matter? It's whether those documents are historical and credible or not. And so, no, I would land on Peter, Thomas, Enoch, many of those that were considered by some to have been, they should have been in the canon. Well, they were written later. And many of them were not written in such a way where they were clear to the majors of the faith. It focused on small things or heretical things like Docetism, which came along later, saying that, no, Judas was trying to help Jesus get rid of his body because he's all spirit. So you saw what happened, and that's why different books were also left out of that heresy.
I'm not Christian, but I really want faith, which I know is a weird stance to take, but I devote a lot of my time to trying to pursue it the best way possible. But I do have a hard heart, as you said before, and when reading the Bible, sometimes there are some things that I'm a very skeptical person, and sometimes there are some things that turn me away, like repulsion, as you said. But I still at the end of the day, I really, really want to be a Christian. I think I'd be a much better person.
Yes.
And I believe in most of the things Jesus says.
Yeah.
But there's still that thing. What are my next steps?
Well, first off, there is no selfishness in your question. I think God created you with a drive to get beyond cancer to be healed, to not play in traffic on I-95, but actually to seek after life. There's nothing selfish in this. God created you to live, and not just you to live selfishly, like you said, but to actually want to reach out to other people and give them chemotherapy in order to heal their cancer. So there's nothing innately selfish about that question. That's human, and that's a healthy desire to live, not to die. The devil's Satan's the destroyer, right? He's titled the destroyer, so he wants you to die. And for me as a person, outside of something like manic depression, if I'm wanting to die and just live for myself in a nihilistic kind of way, I believe that's selfish instead of wanting to serve others and glorify God. And so my question back to you is, why do you want to become a Christian so badly? And then secondly, what is really holding you back specifically?
There are, like, I can admit fully that I'm a sinner. Like, there's some things that in my life that on my own I can't work through. Like, I can't work through that sin on my own.
Yeah.
I believe in a higher power, and I feel like it's called out to me as the Christian God. But the things that my biggest questions are a lot of the times in the Old Testament. Like, there's some things that like I question. There's a lot of questioning moments for me, in terms of like all loving. Like, the New Testament is very palatable for me. Like, I can read that and I can be like, I could be a Christian tomorrow. And I have these moments where I'm like, I could devote myself to Jesus now. But then there's that like question, like the skepticism that holds me back from that final step.
Yep. All right, great question. I would encourage you, one, to doubt your doubts. Well, if I'm doubting God's existence or his love because he allows suffering, okay, well, where's that doubt coming from in the sense of, well, who are we to say God doesn't have a good reason to allow certain types of suffering? We know many good reasons come and are connected ultimately to suffering. Good things can come from suffering. See how you doubt your doubts? So for me recently, I was just teaching yesterday on, oh boy, here we go. Daddy brain. What was I teaching on yesterday? The second coming, but what, okay, Mark chapter 13. Thank you, Dad. Mark chapter 13, where it talks about Jesus saying atheists will come at us for this and say, oh, see, it was about this generation because Jesus said this generation will not pass away until these things happen. And it sounded like his return. You get into verse 30 there, Mark 13, verse 30, and you go back to verse 4. The atheists are going to push you on this one. And this rattled my faith. But I didn't doubt my doubts. And it didn't push me to go search further. See, that's the problem. I just let this doubt hang here. And I thought, wow, maybe this whole thing isn't real. Simply go back. And Jesus is explaining to the disciples early on in verse 4, these things, two of the most important words in all the Gospels. These things, what is he saying? Titus, the Roman general, would come and sack Jerusalem. Within 37 years of that teaching, so within the lifetime of those, majority of those who were listening, that occurred. It was not these things, my return. He was wrong. See that as an example? What are your doubts? And are you doubting in such a way where you're doubting those doubts rather than, I have this doubt and, oh, this is going to rattle my faith yet again. The earth, is it 6,000 years old? Does the Bible say that? That's going to rattle my faith. Oh, slavery, is that going to rattle my faith? You see what I mean? You got to slow down and say, okay, is there something to this? Or am I getting hoodwinked by my own overthinking or by this other atheist? But I love that you want to come to the faith partly because you want to get through certain repetitive sin. And that Tony Robbins and that Goggins and that back to sweet Oprah and others can give us a nice Band-Aid for our issues, but we see that they can't solve ultimately our real issue, which is a heart problem. It's only a Band-Aid. And so Jesus Christ would be the most reliable figure, I believe, out there who claimed to be God, who pulled off proving to be God through the resurrection. And so he has the answer to your deepest needs.
We're very similar to Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve had a problem. They understood God's moral laws to be a way to stifle our freedom. Adam and Eve wanted to be free. I want to be free. You want to be free. Free to do it according to our own dictates, according to our own definition of what will bring us real happiness. So what they did was they busted through the boundary that God set up. That's sin. It all comes down to, is God really good? Does he really want your best and my best? Or is he out to rip us off? To give us a boring, dishwasher, dull life? No. Jesus Christ revealed God is good. You can trust him. Even though there are a lot of impulses, a lot of feelings, a lot of temptations that would drag you and me in a certain direction. That's wrong. He's good. So that's what you got to grapple with, the goodness of God. Is he really good? Can you really trust him that he draws those boundary lines to bring you real good life?
One of my big questions, like one of the things that like intellectually holds me back, because
Yes.
I think without being fully like saved by Christ, the thing that's going to hold me back is my own like intelligence, my own doubts. One of the big things for me is like reading Genesis was hard. Reading Genesis was very hard because it goes against everything that I've ever read. Like evolution is something that like is proven to me, and it's like stated against that. And I know there's some Christians that still believe in evolution, but I didn't know what to do with that or what to take.
You bet. Sure, it's real simple. Is there any science in the Bible? Then is it possible for science to contradict the Bible? No way. There is no biology, no chemistry, no physics, no zoology, no astronomy anywhere in the Bible. Therefore, the person who says to you, the Bible contradicts science, either hasn't read the Bible or they have a very inaccurate definition of science. What is science? It is the study of process. Is there any study of process anywhere in the Bible? No, it does not exist. What does contradict the Bible is a particular philosophy of science that says, behind the process, there's no intelligent mind. That is not science. Science has nothing to say in answer to the question, is there an intelligent mind behind the process or is there not? And it is frank intellectual dishonesty to say the Bible contradicts science, because there's no science in the Bible to contradict 9th century science, 15th century science, or 21st century science.
I'm very inspired by what you've come here to do today, to speak about a book that has changed your life and that you live by the teachings of every day. And I'd like to name another book which has taught me much the same. Everybody, this is Watership Down by Richard Adams, and within it, it contains the word of the father of all rabbits, El-Ahrai, and how he tricked the sun god Frith. You see, at the beginning of time, when the sun god Frith was giving his gifts to all of the animals.
Why do you believe there's a sun god?
I don't believe there's a sun god.
You just talked about a sun god.
I don't believe any of this, but what I believe is
What do you believe?
What
do you believe?
What it has to say.
What do you believe?
I believe that there are people out there who may wish to destroy you, people who may tell you that the way you believe things are different from the way we believe things. And thus, that makes you the outlier, someone who must be scorned.
You gotta be kidding me.
Pushed away.
You have a free will to believe whatever you want to believe. I got a free will to believe whatever I want to believe.
Thus, I alone will spread the word of El-Ahrai. And I will tell you, we must be cunning and full of tricks. And our people will never die. Digger, runner, hunter. There are people out there.
What's the evidence that you will never die?
They will kill you.
What's the evidence you will never die?
First, they must catch you, and I need not evidence. I merely need to have
Thanks.
faith.
There you go. Blind, uneducated, faith. That's gullibility, sir. That's not wise.
That is beauty. That is
No,
the
it's not
beauty of
beauty.
the rabbit.
No, it's not beauty.
I love the rabbit, and I love all of you.
Well, I'm glad you
Thank
love.
you.
That's great. Have a lovely day.
Thank
Where you love people. That's great that you love people. That's exactly what Jesus taught. Love people.
I feel like I get everything I need from existentialism in order to live a happy and meaningful life. So personally, I feel satisfied in basically every way, shape, or form how I'm living my life. And so I don't know why I would go out and seek out another meaning for life.
How are you so happy as an atheist? You have no objective meaning and purpose. You have no objective morals for really knowing right from wrong. All of your family members are going to pass away and your friends in a short life, which will be very painful for many of them. And you will never see them again, ever. They're going through a trap door to non-existence. With all of that in mind, how do you live such a happy existence other than one where you're denying these facts?
If there's no meaning in life, if there's no path I specifically have to follow, then I can choose my own path. And that path that I choose is the ultimate meaning, because it's what I chose, and I'm living authentically to myself.
What does authentically mean?
authentically means I'm not accepting another worldview that was pushed on me, but I have my own worldview and living that way.
I have my own worldview. Nobody pushed a worldview onto me. I have my own worldview as an atheist, and I'm the free thinker. That is ridiculous, because you came directly from Hume, directly from 200 years ago. The reason why you're an atheist is because you are a white male pushed on you by highly enlightened thinking to be a free thinker. You are a construct of your time, of your race, of your gender, studying philosophy at this fine school. In no way are you somehow more enlightened as a free thinker than somebody who has been pushed a worldview upon. You have a worldview, my friend. I'm sorry. Atheists try and get out of this. It's like one big celebrity atheist we were debating not too long ago. Originally, it was evidence for God. That's the debate. But then he changed it to strong evidence for God. And he just kept moving the goalposts. He said, you know what? Nope. I want it bigger. I want more evidence, more evidence, more evidence. Then I'll come to know God. Endless amounts of evidence. It's like Richard Dawkins. Originally, he wanted God to write his name in the stars. But then he said, no, that wasn't enough. He wanted God specifically to speak to him. But then he said, you know what? I could be hallucinating. That's not enough. And he just kept moving the goalposts. Hyper-skepticism. Don't be that way. Understand that you are influenced just as much as anybody here who has a specific worldview.
I am a product of my environment. The reason why I'm an atheist is because my parents were atheistic and they pushed that worldview on me. But then I accepted that worldview and I found happiness in that worldview because, again, I was able to create my own view, and I enjoyed that. Just like if someone else is a Christian and it's because their parents were Christian and because of that they accepted Christianity and Christians and were very satisfied with that view, then they're living authentically as well. But if someone is unsatisfied with Christianity and still lives as a Christian, then that's inauthentic. If someone is unsatisfied as an atheist and they still live as an atheist, then that's inauthentic. So I'm just someone who wants.
It has nothing to do with satisfaction. I think satisfaction can be part of it, but no, never accept a worldview or a religion or an anti-religion based off of it makes me happy. I'm sorry, that does not align yourself with being a truth seeker. Sorry, it doesn't. It just aligns you with being comfortable. If you're going to say that you're an honest truth seeker, you're not just going to say, well, because atheism makes me comfortable. Well, why are you an atheist?
Well, I feel like how you said I am a product of my environment to a degree, but I say, yeah, to a degree,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I do choose to still be an atheist. Every day I wake up, I still say, I'm satisfied that this world is cold and meaningless, and I get to choose my own meaning, and I get to be fully satisfied in my choice being the ultimate meaning for me.
Okay, so how can you say you're totally satisfied? I mean, I'm creating this illusion that my life has this meaning, that if I choose to the opposite for tomorrow, that's just as true, it's just as real.
Well, I feel fully satisfied because I think that everyone ultimately picks some, as I said, I believe that the world is meaningless and that there ultimately are no true religions. So I think everyone does choose some meaning that they ascribe to their life. And I think that if I were to switch up my meaning tomorrow,
Yes.
I wouldn't be living authentically myself. But if my meanings gradually change as I learn more, then that would be authentic to myself. And so it's true that it's my meaning because I chose it with my meaning and I could change that meaning.
Right.
But that still doesn't mean I chose it because of my own choice. And that's essentially all that matters. As long as I'm choosing out of my own decision what my meaning of life is, then I feel satisfied with that.
Okay, if there is nothing more to reality than matter and energy, are you sure you've got a free will?
No.
Thank you. So when you talk about my own choice, what are you really talking about?
My own illusion of choice, I would say.
Boy, you're a delight to talk to. You're consistent. It's your own illusion of choice that you're referring to when you say I choose. Because if there is no God, reality is matter and energy evolved to a higher order, which means there's no me, there's a complex chemical reaction, but there's no free will where I make a choice. I just live out the chemical reactions in my brain. We agree?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Here's why I can't accept that worldview, because I experience free will.
Yeah.
Not only that, I observe free will. I observe a mom and a dad who got 4 precious little kids, and at some point, those 4 precious little kids are going to tell mom and dad where they can step off. All right? It's going to happen. hate to tell you, Mom and Dad, but we got 3 kids and 6 grandkids, and they've told us where we can step off plenty of times. So this whole idea that we don't have free will, oh no, sir, we do. In fact, I'm so committed to free will that I support the legal system in this country, which tells me, Cliff, if you take up a bunch of big books and hit this man over the head with them, we're going to haul you into court. And if I say to the judge, Your Honor, this man just so reminded me of my father. My father had the same type of receding hairline. He had the same type of build. That when I saw this guy, he just so reminded me of my abusive father. I had to hit him. Fortunately, we live in a society that says, no, I'm sorry, Cliff. I'm sorry that you had that abusive father. But when you hit him, you are responsible. And to blame your abusive father for hitting him, sorry, I'm real grateful for that. Aren't you?
Yeah, I think that free will is important. You know, I also have a minor in crime and justice, so I know
Good.
that speaking in terms of criminology, there has to be some kind of free will. I personally still think it's an illusion in the sense that our experience, our day-to-day experience, you kind of need something like free will in order to understand it. However, criminology is about looking at someone's upbringing, it's about looking at someone's past traumas. It's just trying to scratch at that deterministic underlying foundation.
Sure.
If we can know more about it, we can get close to predicting the future.
Okay. So we make a distinction between a chemical imbalance in the brain that leads to insanity versus me being sane and choosing to murder him. We make a distinction, don't we? Okay. So if you're normal, if you're healthy, you are responsible for the way you treat each other. And I got grossed out at the University of Arizona when a student raised his hand and said, yeah, I date rape. And I said, really, why do you date rape? And he said, because I had a very high testosterone level. That's a con job. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'd agree with virtually everything you said, except just the difference is that I feel like I have free will rather than I have free will, which I do think that's still, as I said, our day-to-day experiences, since we don't know every single causal chain that happens at the beginning of the Big Bang, and we can't access that knowledge and predict every single event that's going to happen afterwards. We might as well accept that since we don't know everything, we're not omniscient, there's this thing called free will that is present basically due to the lack of knowledge. If you knew that person's high testosterone, if you knew everything about every single neurochemical that's firing in that person's brain at that very moment and every single moment in his life before that moment, then you could predict exactly why and when he gave it. But we don't know that, so we have to put some of the responsibility on him.
So when she says to you, I love you, you know exactly what she means, right? You don't understand the complexity of it, but you know very well that she doesn't love you. Instead, there's a chemical instinct inside of her that...
That's all there is to everything. So everything's on that same level playing field. If love is just a chemical, it's just a chemical in our brains. Well, everything is a chemical in our brain. Perception is just a chemical in our brain. Hate is just a chemical in our brain.
Yeah.
So to say that love is just a chemical in our brains doesn't actually make it any lesser than anything else.
But my experience of life is, you know, I might not want to forgive him. I might want to hate his guts for the way he hurt me. But I'm going to choose to forgive him. Instead of everything in my mind is going, Rocky, blast this dude in the next generation for what he did to me. Instead, I'm going to choose to forgive him. I'm sorry, sir. That's my experience of reality. And you ain't going to convince me your experience is any different. I think you're playing a game. And you're consistent intellectually, and I respect that. And I thank you for being so consistent. But I don't think you can live that out. I don't think you're going to say to the girl who says, I love you, yeah, the chemicals are just firing in the right way for my benefit. I think you're going to know, whoa, she's choosing to love me. I'm excited. I'm ecstatic. She's choosing to love me. Wow. You know something? If you tell me this dad and this mom have to care for these 4 precious kids, I'm going to tell you, you've never met a deadbeat dad and a deadbeat mom. Because when you meet a deadbeat dad and a deadbeat mom, you know that these two don't have to care for these precious children. They choose to care for them. They choose to sacrifice for them. And that's one of the reasons I respect that. And the reason I don't respect the deadbeat dad is because he doesn't have to ignore his children. He chooses to ignore his children. That's why I'm going to hold him responsible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so Jesus Christ bleeds and dies on a cross. claiming to do that for our making irresponsible decisions, sin. He's buried in the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea. 3 days later, he rises from the dead, and over a period of 40 days, he appears to over 500 people who see him risen from the dead. He says, if you want to be tied to God and have eternal life, believe in me. Do you think you might believe in him one day?
No.
Okay, why?
Well, again, I feel like I'm still fulfilled and satisfied with my current belief. And I also feel like, I do feel like just the idea that there's 2.6 billion Christians on this world and there's 8 billion people on this world, I think why should I value Christianity much more than Islam or much more than Hinduism?
You shouldn't. You're right. But Jesus Christ, he's different. He was dead and he rose from the dead. That resurrection makes the dude weird, really weird. My gollies, if he really did rise from the dead, we better put our faith in him, hadn't we?
I don't think he was.
But if you find out that he did rise from the dead, you'd be open to putting your faith in him, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. Now, just please read the Gospels. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You're going to be critical about them, and I don't blame you. I hope you are. I hope you're not going to blindly believe. So you're going to come up with some tests that you use to determine historical reliability. Use those tests on Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And if the evidence is that you can trust them historically, then just read the Gospels as history, not as the Word of God. Just read them as history and ask yourself, does the historical evidence of his life, teachings, death, and resurrection point to his reliability, or does it not? And if you find the historical evidence is he is reliable, make your own decision to trust in him. Not blindly, but based on his lifestyle, teachings, death, and resurrection.
Authentically, yeah.
Bingo, authentically, exactly. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and I mean, I do like that. If God was to come down right now and
Yes.
show me that he existed, then I if I could have some kind of evidence, then I mean, I feel like that's why the determinists who make it, because the evidence that I feel like I've seen, while I haven't read the Bible, I mean, I've done a fair bit of philosophy of religion and theology research, but you're right, I haven't read the Gospels and then gone, okay, I'm not going to believe that.
Right.
But I do feel like I would need that evidence, that historical evidence that someone did break every single law of science and resurrect from the dead.
Ooh, okay, good. Okay, I'm going to get Stuart go pretty soon, talk with you. But you're a delight, first of all. Thank you. All right? And I mean that. Thank you for talking with us. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick shot at that idea. Okay, God, if you exist, bingo, right now, I want to hear the voice from up there. And I got to audibly hear it. Okay, that's a dangerous game. That's very similar to the guy who looks into the face of the girl who says, I love you, and says, oh yeah, prove it, have sex with me. And if you don't have sex with me, you don't really love me. You see, we can't demand that another person express their love for us or that they're really real by playing that type of game, of putting those demands. You know, I've got to allow you to reveal yourself to me as you choose, not as I dictate. Well, the same with God. I can't say, hey, God, you got to meet these tests in order for me to believe in you. He's interested in your love because he loves you, which means he's a personal God, which means he's not just interested in an intellectual game where we sort of say, yeah, God exists. I believe it. No, he's interested in us trusting him. And the universe is not religiously ambiguous. There's more than enough evidence for any thinking person to believe that God exists. But God is not going to overwhelm you by slapping you up on the side of the head and saying, dummy, I'm here, believe in me. He became a human being. He lived a sinless life. He died a sacrificial death on a cross. He rose from the dead. Gosh, it's in living color. I love you. Does that make sense?
I think so. I kind of another side point, but I feel like the argument that you're making is that Jesus has shown that,
yes,
that God has shown that he loves us.
Yep.
But I think that's that same exact statement from many other religions, from the Buddhists, from et cetera, et cetera. So what you're saying is that because Jesus resurrected from the dead, he is all those other religions. Really,
He's more reliable.
More reliable, yeah.
Okay, but sir, study Buddhism. It's impossible in Buddhism for God to love you because God is not a personal being. It takes a personal being to love. Siddhartha Gautama Buddha never once talks about God. Talks a lot about nirvana, karma. Took Siddhartha Gautama Buddha 547 rebirths to eventually attain nirvana. But there's no personal being.
So you're saying that love with a personal being is what sets part of religion, namely that one.
Exactly.
As the true religion or the best religion.
I'm saying if there's not a personal being, there's no love. Impossible for this thing to love me. It takes a personal being with a free will to love me. In Buddhism, no personal being, no personal God, love is impossible. Now, please don't leave, but Stuart, what do you have to say? You've been listening well.
So you use your five senses to get to this conclusion, right? Okay, well, if an immaterial God has nothing to do with our five senses in terms of locating him, how did you use your five senses to decide that this God is not real?
Well, I would argue that to someone who has taken faith up in Christianity, they use their five senses to not believe in the other 299 religions.
Yeah.
So I'm the same as that, except I just chose to not believe in one more.
That doesn't answer the question. That's a red herring, I think. That didn't answer it. How did you, because you said based off your five senses, how have you gotten to this certainty that God does not exist, who you cannot connect with your five senses? So philosophically, because you love philosophy, I'm going to press you on this. How have you gotten to that point?
I mean, in philosophy, for example, Rene Descartes talks about how all that is truly certain is I think, therefore I am. And
I think it's I choose I am in today's day and culture.
Okay, yeah. But even that, the skeptics have criticized that because it presupposes an I that exists. I mean, you can go level after level and doubt absolutely everything.
Yep.
So I feel like...
So I hope you doubt your doubt as well.
Yeah, you have to. So the reason I'm not a Christian is, well, because to me, believing in things I can use with my five senses and nothing else works just fine for my everyday life. So not believing in Christianity or any of the other religions doesn't actually negatively impact me, at least from my perspective, which I would say I don't.
Still, I look at empirically verifiable things that are physical, but I have so many faith jumps I have to take to assume different understandings of human nature. Does that make sense? Do you agree with that? You have faith as well.
Yeah, to a degree, science takes faith. I'm taking on Stephen when he talks about the I've never actually measured the exact things that he's measured. I've never exactly measured the same things that Charles Darwin has measured when I believe in evolution.
Yet again, immaterial.
Yeah,
They go by proof. You're supposed to go by proof.
I disagree with that to a degree because I can't prove every single scientific principle that I believe in. I believe in peer-reviewed studies. I think in peer-reviewed studies that are presented by well-respected scientists. So let's take faith to a certain degree, but believing in those things has a certain value in my life when I take the biology class. Believing in Christ doesn't necessarily add any value to my life when I'm in any of my other scientific classes. It's something, like you said, that's outside of everything else that you can believe with your five senses.
As an atheist, you have to say everything is material. So you say, I live by proof with the material. I live by it's empirically studied. As soon as you hop into, I make these faith positions about human nature being, I want to be fulfilled. I want to have satisfaction. I believe I reason, like you're reasoning right now. I believe that humans have value. I believe that I have a free will. Now you're stepping outside of what an atheist is supposed to be consistent with when it comes to their worldview. Because you're making these leaps right now that you're not supposed to be making if you're an atheist. I mean, do you reason right now? Are you reasoning? Because I said you're reasoning. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you're not reasoning well. Are you reasoning right now?
Yeah, I would say I'm.
Why would you think you're reasoning from an atheistic perspective?
My neurons are firing. I'm having discussion, speaking back.
Yeah, but you came from simply a highly evolved monkey. You're going to trust the mind of a monkey when it comes to reasoning?
I didn't come from a monkey. I shared in ancestral.
Fine, you came as an accident, a total accident. So you came from the irrational, and you're telling me all of a sudden you're here as a rational human being seeking after things like truth and the immaterial.
Yeah, I think rationality comes from complexity. So at the end of the day, I am still just a bunch of atoms together.
Excellent. Excellent. So you're saying then, we'll go by Occam's razor, deciding the most simplistic response. You're saying to me, you just said I'm a very complex individual and rationality came from complexity. So are you telling me then that there's more evidence behind the complexity coming from non-complexity, which is just emptiness, a total void, and we get complexity and then our reasoning capabilities? Or is there more evidence, and is it more sensical to understand that we came from a God who created everything, who has tremendous complexity in creativity? He is omnipotent, he is omniscient, and created us as reasoning human beings who have complexity, so much that a DNA strand is 6 feet long, and if you took all of our DNA strands, you could go back to the sun and back 200 times. And if there's the tiniest piece of misinformation within a single DNA strand, you would be handicapped. I mean, the chances of that are so slim, and yet, obviously, we have many handicapped people. And yet, you are developed with that type of complexity, and you're telling me that you just came from primordial soup and somehow became that complex? Just because time, supposedly, you get more time and things get more complex. Yet again, there is zero evidence to that unless there is something guiding the process, unless there is a mechanism behind it. If there's a mechanism behind the cell, now you have the opportunity to duplicate and create things that are more complex, like your handsome body. But you have no creator, you have no mechanism, all you have is time. And supposedly with time, we go from primordial soup, nothing, and nothing from that primordial soup, by the way, to all of a sudden this level of complexity where you're studying this level of philosophy, trying to seek after truth with me. Where is more evidence to? Would it make sense more so with the creator, who's complex, or with just nothing and you popped up out of nowhere by chance?
Well, so you're saying we both believe in non-complexities turning into complex things.
No, I don't believe that. No, because God is outside of space and time.
Okay.
God is infinite, and you need an infinite creator to start space and time. A big bang has to have a great banger.
Yeah.
Big bang, big banger. That door, there's going to be a big bang. Somebody opened it, and it's going to close. Somebody had to open it. Okay? So I know I do not believe that complexity just came from nothing. Remember? So if you're a magician and I'm a magician, we both come and pull off a magic trick. Well, at least I'm here pulling the bunny out of the hat. You have nobody pulling the bunny out of the hat. The bunny is just coming out of the hat.
Yeah, I would say after a long enough time, the bunny would come out of the hat. Because if you have many, many scenarios where, say, I mean, we know just how many there are in the universe. And most of them are dead and don't have life. Most of them are completely barren. And to look at just this one planet and say, look at us, we're so lucky. What are the odds of this happening? Well, it didn't happen many, many billions and trillions of times before it did happen. So I would argue that if you do wait a long enough time, funky things do happen. You know, atoms do switch together and create chemicals that are more complex. And they do that over and over until things get even more and more complex. And then you start having water, and you have basic life, and you have complex life. I think that over a long enough time span, that stuff does naturally occur without a creator kind of driving it forward.
You as an atheist believe non-existence produced existence. That's a miracle. Non-existence does not produce existence. The problem is if you're an atheist, you don't have a miracle worker. If you're an atheist, you believe chaos produced order. That's a miracle. But the problem is if you're an atheist, you have no miracle worker. If you're an atheist, you believe non-life produced life. The problem is, if you're an atheist, you don't have a miracle worker to pull off that miracle of non-life producing life. If you're an atheist, you believe non-reason produced reason. That's a miracle. But if you're an atheist, you don't have a miracle worker. If you're an atheist, you believe meaning comes from matter. That's a miracle. But you don't have a miracle worker. If you're an atheist, you believe that matter produces morality. That's a stinking miracle. But you don't have a miracle worker. If I have a worldview that is incapable of explaining the basic fundamental building blocks of my life, I better reject my worldview. My worldview, my view of reality, better conform to my experience of reality. Otherwise, I'm in deep, deep doo-doo because I'm does not conform to reality.
Matter came from nothing, but nothing came from nothing millions and millions and millions of times before matter came from nothing. And matter led to something more complex. Just one, few times, but matter led to just that same matter, thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And that's why we have dead, lifeless planets, millions and billions and trillions of them, and we have only one Earth that has complex life on it. Because countless times we saw that failure. So to call ourselves a miracle isn't necessarily the case if there has been these millions and billions, super large amounts of failure in order for us to exist in the way that we do now, in order for rational beings to exist.
If I'm dealing in poker, and if I'm dealing and in 4 games in a row, I deal myself all aces. If the other players around the table say, hey, Cliff, you're cheating. And I say, no. I haven't cheated. I just dealt myself all aces 4 times in a row. And you've got to realize that if there are an infinite number of universes, we just happen to live in a universe where I deal myself all aces 4 times in a row. My fellow poker players are not going to say, oh, wow, Cliff, that's really impressive. My poker players are going to say, you're an idiot, Cliff. We know very, very well that the idea there are an infinite number of universes, and we just so happen by accident to live in a universe where it so happens that when you're dealing cards to yourself, it's all aces in a row. It's far more likely that you're cheating, Cliff.
I guess the best way of describing it is there were worlds where we didn't exist. It's just that we didn't exist to say, oh, look, this is one of those many, many examples where we don't. So it makes sense that we're going to live in what seems like a miracle, because the only time that we could ever live and look back on that and say, oh, that's a miracle, is the one time that it actually happened. If things didn't come together to perfectly create rational life, there were no rational beings to say, hey, look, things didn't perfectly come together to create rational life. This is just one of those many, many times.
If they're an expert marksman standing where he is, I'm here, and they all fire at me, and they all miss, there obviously was a plot. There obviously was a conspiracy. These 10 marksmen decided, we're going to miss Cliff. And for me to say, well, the reason I'm here is because I'm here. That doesn't cut it, sir. So for me to say, the only thing that comes from nothing is nothing. You never get something coming from nothing, except it happened this time. Sir, Julie Andrews, that great thinker in Mary Poppins, puts it beautifully when she sings, nothing comes from nothing. Nothing ever could. You can't get something from nothing. If you got nothing, you're not going to get something out of it. Now, earlier you mentioned miracles. A miracle is not a denial of scientific law. A miracle is a statement that goes along the following. You and I are standing under an apple tree. 100 times out of 100, if that apple disengages from that branch, it's going to hit the ground, right? Gravity will pull it to the ground. Unless you and I reach out and grab the falling apple, it is not going to hit the ground, is it? That is not a denial of the law of gravity. Instead, that is an introduction into the equation of a hand. The hand catches the apple. The law of gravity does not suck the apple to the ground. The apple is in my hand. A miracle is the introduction of a hand. A miracle is not, oh, the laws of science are stupid. Oh, we're just going to change the law of gravity. That's not what a miracle is. A miracle is a statement. There's a supernatural God who intervenes in a situation. For instance, I believe that Mary was a virgin. That does not mean that for 9 months God performed miracles in Mary's womb. No, there was an initial miracle, a woman conceived without having sex with a man. But then there were 9 months of baby Jesus growing in that woman's womb, totally naturally, according to all the laws of nature. So this is not a denial of the laws of nature, but it is a statement that there's a supernatural God who intervenes and performs a miracle.
Everybody be asking me, man. And does the Blue Chew actually?
Oh, that was it? Oh. I hate when they cut them off. What's up? Wow. Go away.